Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for I don't know if you're getting disruptions on your side, man, but it's probably two streams going on because YouTube is doing some weird things with the settings, and we have not yet figured it out over here on this side. But we're going to be okay, man. We're going to rock and roll this show like we always do. It's going to be live and it's going to be fun. Got a bunch of content for you all and a bunch of stuff to talk about. Kez has got his segment coming up a little bit later on. I got a bunch of other stuff in between there. We got Bears. This is the show for you all, man. We're going to have a good time tonight, man. But without further ado, welcome you guys in. And let me pass this thing on over to Canada and see what he does with the rock.
Well, cheers to all y'all, man. Canada's drinking tonight. Hopefully things roll as per normal. It generally does. Welcome to Extra Sauce. It's Wednesday. Shout outs to Mr. Mayhem, the good minister Charles Johnson and Liberty's Outlook. AC Adam just jumped in the chat. Shout out to all y'all as well as Levante Rodgers. The good Lord Crimson is with us. Big ups to all y'all in the chat. Thanks for coming through and joining us bright and early. We'll get it cracking here. We'll start talking about a little bit of Levante Rodgers just joined up, and I think maybe he
the membership. Thank you, Levante.
Well done, sir. We appreciate that, Levante. Thanks for renewing your membership. That is awesome. Always good to have more super no maniacs in the fold, and the same old super no maniacs re-up and coming back. We love that. That is awesome. So shout out to you. And he's back in the fold. He says he's back at it one more again. And hopefully these Bears are exactly that too with respect to the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll get into all that as well as I'm sure some drinks, which I'm already into a little bit. We'll get into some supernatural conspiracy type shit, as well as who knows, 3-Eye Atlas, maybe some other things. But as always, we will be bringing some extra sauce, and my brother underneath me, he knows all about that sauce. What's going on, Triple R? What's the word?
Well, I would recommend that everybody smears that sauce all over your face, and then lick it off with your tongue. In those places that you can't reach, go to your partner and be like, help me, baby. Help me get some of that extra sauce off. Because Nomad, because Kez a Canuck, and because Triple R, all representing their networks are coming together and just giving a little extra for the week, whether it be about the Bears conversation, which all three brothers get in depth, very cerebral into the conversation. Yes, the three brothers includes me, including myself in the third person. You're welcome. But then they also delve into other topics that is like, hey, I think those are kind of interesting, but people would call me as crazy as shit for talking about it. We with you too. We would call you crazy as shit for talking about it too. But guess what? We're going to talk about it with you. Want to call us crazy as shit? Guess what? We've been called much worse. Much worse. Each of us on the individual level. So it's Extra Sauce Wednesday. Big up to everybody. Make sure you're giving a like to all three networks, the Nomad Network, at Keds of Canuck, and Sports the Chicago Style, a.k.a. Triple R SCS. Let's get it popping.
Yes, sir.
Amen to that. So like you said, man, make sure you guys show some love on all three streams, and we would appreciate that, man, like we do every single week. Make sure we show love and flower each garden around here, because that's what we do as No Maniacs and Super No Maniacs, and as a community, man, we flower everybody. And so you know what, man, this was I use
flower.
What's that?
Nothing.
What you say, man?
I didn't say a damn thing.
Flowering gardens. All I had to do was say that. I know that had something to do with it.
You just keep going.
All right. Anyway, I'm about to pass it to you anyway, so we can get human before we get started on the show. So hopefully, just go ahead and scrub your mind clean, you bastard, and just
yeah. I will scrub my mind clean, man. Things are status quo. Big changes at the office is really where my head is. I think they may be changes for the better. We'll see how they work out, but that's really my little.
Who you get fired?
Huh?
You get somebody fired?
I've never done that in my life. To be honest with, actually, I'm lying to you. I have. Now that I think that we're having this conversation, yeah, I totally did before, but not this time around. This time around, somebody decided, like one of the big shots decided to up and go, and I can't blame him. He needed to go because where he went, there's a lot of money over there, so he went over there and he's making good money over there. And salute to him. But then you got to figure out what do you do to backfill that guy and how do things work out. Ooh, you got jerk chicken and Spanish rice. I'm not hungry, Minister Charles. I'm good, man. This booze is keeping me straight right now.
Wait. So if Grand Poobah is eating jerk chicken, which is kind of like Jamaican, and Spanish rice, which is kind of like Spanish, is he having a menage a trois with his dinner plate?
I think the big kids don't play, man. I think that's the answer to that one.
Okay, Grand Poobah, I see you.
Okay.
Man, Spanish rice, huh?
Okay. But yeah, man, yeah, that's just what's going on. So big shot left, new blood is coming in. He's shaking it up and making decisions. And now I got a brand new boss now that I got to deal with. That is like long story short, don't think she likes the dude. You know what I mean? Don't think she likes me, and there's a good reason for it. The previous boss gave me a big chunk of her business, so she might be a little bit sore about that. I apologize now and just say like it wasn't me. He gave it to me. It wasn't my fault. I did good with it though, but it wasn't me who made the mistakes. So we should be good moving forward. I think she's actually the best person for the job. And in the new gig, I think really good things are going to happen. So I'm kind of stoked about the future of the job that I'm holding down right now. Thank you very much, Crimson. I appreciate that. And I think good fortune is on the horizon. So fingers crossed. I'm happy and stoked about what's going on.
Wait, hold up. Man, is it my camera view, me looking, or are you trying to get a little frohawk going on?
It's like a little bit fro hockey, just a little bit.
Or is that or I think that's more the widow's peak, just dipping back further.
No, I cut the widow's peak off, but yeah, it's a little bit fro hockey. I just wanted to keep a little. It's winter here in my part of Ontario. See, like it's that time of year where you want to keep a little bit more on the top because.
Well, you got your beanies on, or I'm sorry, not beanies, as you all call them, toques.
Damn straight. I do have a toque. I have a whole bunch. I have a
toque. As my grandma would tell her grandchildren, boy, you goddamn hair falling out.
Well, clearly.
Well, you ain't got to curse me, grandma, but
clearly not. The hair seems to be all right at this age. It's funny, man, because my son's been like, "Oh, Daddy, your stuff didn't push back. It's pushed back over there. Now his is way back here too. He's 23 and he's like, oh man, I gotta comb that forward. He's combing his shit forward to like hide that shit
around, let it whip.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I know my jeans are good, bro. I know my jeans are good. My hair gonna be here for a very long time. I'm straight, man. And like secret little word to the wise, y'all black folks out there. Dreadlocks will save your hair. It's the weirdest thing ever. Walk around the streets of whatever city you're in, bump into a dreadlock gentleman, and if he's older, he'll have a full head of hair. Now I've met, and I might have said this on the show once.
Full of mange.
I'm just telling you, I've said this before on the show. I've met one dude. Hey Missy, I've met one dude who was bald and had dreadlocks, and he just tied it up in a way. Kind of like
and then you really might know what it's like.
See?
But I've seen a lot of white dudes with dreadlocks.
It doesn't work the same.
But then you really might know what it's like.
He went
You don't know what that is, Nomad?
I do, man. Went Full House of Pain with it, man. I went Everlast with it.
Well, no, I said Nomad though.
Oh, okay.
No,
You know, I know.
Oh, come on, Nomad.
What is it? What's the song?
That was Whitey Ford sings the
Whitey
blues.
Ford sings the
But
blues.
Whitey Floors, aka Whitey Ford, aka Everlast from House of Pain.
Oh yeah.
Jump
I
around.
heard that name. I don't know nothing about his music though.
Oh,
What?
come on, son. It was very beautiful. It's very melancholy, very full of emotion. Whitey Ford sings the blues. Just listen to that album. You'll feel it.
He's one of the OG white rappers.
Yeah.
Somehow I'd rather listen to what's her name, Della Reese or somebody.
Della Reese
Sings the blues or somebody.
That's the strangest comparison I think that could ever.
it's blues in the title, but it's different. I mean, it's all painful because it's the blues, but white people get the blues, black people get the blues, rich people get the blues, poor people. Well, rich people, they can afford to get the blues, but poor people get the blues. Everybody get the blues, but it's just the way he's a musician with it. It's not a hip hop. Well, it's hip hop, but it's not. He's not rhyming like that.
I've heard good things about the record. I just never heard it.
Yeah, you gotta check it out.
You ever seen?
You really never heard that Everlast record got played everywhere.
Yeah, because wasn't it the soundtrack to that movie?
Like
the
answer,
remake movie.
Yes, it was.
Mod Squad.
Yes, yeah, big time. And they just ran it through in like different styles. The way you sung it just now is like a bit of a slower breakdown of it, and like they do that in the movie. They break it down a little bit slower, and they get back to the original song. It's actually across the board, he's a pretty solid artist, man. Mm-hmm. And like has a very recent verse. I'm trying to remember who it's with. Very recent Everlast verse, and I was like, "Yo, Everlast is I forgot he was a bad MC. Like he's a badass MC, man."
Yeah.
Back in them days,
he's talented.
Back when he first came out, with Ice-T's group of folks, King's Son, a couple other dudes.
The Rhyme Syndicate.
Rhyme Syndicate. Thank you very much. So he was brought up by Rhyme Syndicate, and I'll be straight up. I wasn't really a big fan of like Ice-T's got some raps, but like I wasn't like the biggest fan. There's some very serious raps, but out of them all, I think Everlast album might have been one of the top. Like it was one of the better albums out of Rhyme Syndicate.
Yeah. Well, I never saw Ice-T as a MC. He was a storyteller.
Yeah,
that has some rhymes in it, but he wasn't flowing like that.
I like the way you put
6 in the morning, police at my door, fresh Adidas squeak across the bathroom floor. Out the back window, I make my escape. Didn't even get a chance to grab my old school tape. Yeah. He's not really rhyming, even though it rhymes, but he's telling a story in a rhythmic rhyming way.
Yeah, I like the way you put that, Trips. He is painting a picture, and you attribute that to storytelling for sure. And that doesn't make you less a rapper, because some of the better storytellers make the best rappers to me.
Very true.
Have a message in your shit.
The other side of it was it had a lot to do with the actual audio production of the beats that he was.
Hold on for a second. Thank you, Crimson. Thank you, Crimson, for re-upping. But go ahead, kids.
Big ups, Crimson. Big ups to Patrick Higgins, who just jumped in. So he's a super no maniac. You should be as well. Shout outs to Create Culture, who just came in too. But like I said, I wasn't a big Ice-T fan, but I did listen to all of their albums. There's one guy who I really liked, and I'm blanking out on the name. The name's going to come back to Donald. I think it's Donald D. Donald D was a bad rapper.
Yeah, Donald D is a person.
DJ, right?
Huh?
That was his DJ.
That was Evil D.
Oh,
not Evil. All my D's.
Donald D is all over the place in California. He's fucking around with Ice-T and them. He's fucking around with Cube and them with NWA.
Donald D was a bad MC back then. He was one of the rawest MCs of Rhyme Syndicate. But I gotta say, Everlast, his album was real good. There's a track called The Rhythm, really wrote out that album, man. A really dope track. And he eventually kind of disappeared into obscurity. He came back maybe 8 years later with a bald head, jumping around with a shillelagh and shit.
You want to hear a dope ass music story? Because it's funny we talking about it. This is unscripted for real, you guys. Since we talking about music, you know, I just gifted my mother and my grandmother this documentary called "In the Footsteps of Motown." I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it, but it's basically the story of all the producers, the people that wrote and produced, more or less the instrument players from all that great music that came out of the Motown era. It's the bass players, the drummers, how they came up with certain songs, the tone and tenor of that box of a studio that they had, and why the acoustics sounded like they did. Because you start listening to old Motown songs, it almost sounds like they're in a tight. If I had to describe it with my mind on what it sounds like to me, you listen to the acoustics in there, it sounds like a dusty fucking little room that is that's hollow. But
well, you saw in the documentary where their studios were, right? In that house, it wasn't a industrial, place that was made for a studio. It was a house.
No, that's exactly right. It was, that sound. It sounded like that. Everybody gives them so much, like people that really get into music, like me, and like to do production. And certain people are looking for certain sounds. Like you hear stories about, this instrument called a Fender Rhodes, right? Things like that happened in the 60s, 70s. It really became a really, really popular instrument. And a lot of the great, soul music, funk music that came out of the 60s and 70s. But that place in particular just so happened that the way that place was built and the way they structured that studio, they didn't really put, like you go in somebody's studio, you see all that foam and all that
soundproofing.
Yeah.
No, it ain't have all that.
Nah. And it sounded dope. And people are trying to today, still trying to recreate that sound. But I'm telling you, you want to see some.
That was the sound of Berry Gordy being cheap.
I mean, that's a whole side story. But you're talking about how Marvin Gaye got his roots. You're talking about how Stevie Wonder got his roots. Right. Some of the Jackson 5. You're talking about Smokey Robinson. Some of them hits that came out of there. Fucking Diana Ross. Come on, man. The Supremes. All that shit. My grandmother and my mother loved that.
Every album from that generation was Motown. Motown was the label of that. How many decades? 30 years, 40 years?
About 30 years, man.
So it wasn't just them about promoting one artist. They had a stable.
Like I'd say right up until 1985. Right? So I think Thriller wasn't Motown, right? Thriller was Epic.
That was Epic.
So then like 1978, maybe even 1980. But no, man. No, it's probably closer to 84 because I think Commodores was still doing stuff on Motown at that point. And Lionel Richie was the next guy I was about to say would have dropped on Motown as well. But yeah, man, like sheesh. That label lasted a very long time, made Berry Gordy a very, very rich man. Made a lot of money, man.
A lot of the damn superstars and some of the instrument players, they're the heartbeat and I believe that's the name of it, y'all. Just put it on the screen. Put it in the chat. Jack, go check that out. You can probably find that on YouTube. You don't have to have an Amazon account or anything like that. I'm pretty sure you can probably find that.
Oh yeah, that's historical.
50 minutes worth of documentary. And yeah, I heard about. I got documentaries on Stax too, Minister Charles.
Yeah, Stax was cool, but they wasn't Motown.
No, it wasn't Motown. Everybody was trying to mimic Motown, but there's no way to duplicate that. They got some hungry young instrument players, and that's what's lacking sorely. And I think it's coming back. The more and more I check out YouTube, and I'm seeing these young teenagers and 20-year-olds grabbing instruments and playing them, man. People are starting to skate again, man. People are singing and doing soul music.
They'll never be like that, man. And the reason,
well, I mean, you don't listen.
Well, nothing will ever be like anything. It's going to have its own sound to it. But what Nomad is speaking to, like, I don't have every social media platform, but there's a lot of cross platform posting. So you can be on one and be like, hey, look at this TikTok, that I saw of this or that or the other. But there's one account that follows artists that, do their own little TikToks or Twitter things or Facebook things or Instagram or what I mean? All of those together. But when the people just put the camera up and put it on them playing an instrument. And there are a lot of young people who are very soulful with a lot of different instruments nowadays, more so than I think some of us older, middle-aged people would think. Because back in our day, in school, we could take whatever instrument we wanted to, because we had band class, we had extracurriculars, that revolved around instruments. We've watched all of that go to the wayside, but with this new outbreak of videos of all these talented kids, name an instrument, name a genre, and they're crossing all of that up. But it's not the auto tune or any synthesizers. It's not AI or any kind of Serato, anything electric. It's just these young people and their instruments, and the talent is abound. So when the new Motown, comes together, where it's probably going to be more individualistic now, since everybody's their own brand, thanks Taylor Swift, thanks Beyonce, so we're going to see the more talent and more collaboration of more talented people coming together, playing their own things. Like look at the what do you think about when they countrify songs nowadays?
Can't stand that.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
Hey, Trips, to that point, you just gave me a one day I just so happened to have the joint in here. I'm gonna play it for you all in just a second. But I was in here tweaking this joint that I have in here, and wasn't thinking nothing of it. Window wide open. It was a nice day, and probably 2 days later, I'm out, raking leaves and shit, getting my leaves together. Some 11, 12-year-old little boy, and he said, I was walking through here, man. I heard some music playing in there. He's like, what was that? I said, what music? What it sound like? He said, it sound like some jazz music or something. I said, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I said, why you want to know? He said, because I'm learning how to play the flute. And he said, can you play it again? I was just like, yeah, I go in there, turn it on and see what you, anyway, I played the song. He said, yeah, can I play my flute to that? And let me let y'all hear what he heard.
You play your flute to anything, little man.
Man, let me
I'm gonna go deeper into this after you play it.
Yeah, that tractor
rap. Let me hit a joint right quick. Let him hit a joint. Here we go.
Wednesday night. No man. Triple R. Make sure you're subscribed. Chicago Bears conversation and more every Wednesday night. Extra sauce.
Look, gotta love that, man. Gotta love that. That's a nice little soliloquy there, Trip.
Hey, you know what, man? Let me tell y'all something. Y'all all know No Maniacs, Kids, and Trips. I've already told you. I live in a, I'm just like a beacon in a very, very impoverished neighborhood. And it's very, very, it can get very violent around here at times. And to see through all that violence, a young boy come through, 11, 12 years old, couldn't be no older than 11 or 12 years old, and say he hears something like that, and it does something to him. And I was just so thrown aback, bro. I'm still thrown aback by it, man. But I'm gonna do the best I can to see what I can do to help contribute to him learning that instrument.
Well, here's what you do. you point him towards the Andre 3000 albums that are all flute. I don't know if any of y'all heard any of this stuff, but there's certain rappers that I hold in at a different echelon of emceeing, and 3000 is one of those guys. And when I hear my boy basically just stop rapping and start playing the flute, I'm like, what are you doing? And it took me a minute to appreciate it. It is worthy of appreciation. I have to say that. Might be to some degree a level of inspiration for that young man, because what Dre 3000 kind of figured out is that, yeah, he's a really good wordsmith and concept smith, but he tends to rap rhythms into existence. That's sort of what he does more so than anything else. It's rhythmic cadences, and you follow his rhythmic cadence over top of whatever track, whatever beat he's rolling over.
Sorry, Miss Jackson, I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize. I truly.
So with the flute, he's just blasting these rhythms, these cadences, and the lyrics no longer matter. It's just kind of a cool thing, and I think maybe that kid might resonate with that. So,
well, on top of that, kids, though, hold on. Look at Grand Poobah's comment. It says that sounds like something he'll break out his trumpet right now to and write an entire brass part 2. So have not only listen to emulating other flute sounds, but play other music's instruments and have him tie his flute into that. You know what I mean?
You're a funny guy, bro.
Talking about woodwinds and brass, man.
No, Triple R is funny, man. I'm just catching up to where his brain is, and it's a funny.
His brain is elsewhere, bro.
No, his brain is right where it should be. It's funny place where his brain is, man. You're a funny guy. So yeah, like that's exactly
make you laugh.
You do, yeah, you do. You're a funny guy. You're funny.
So I'm a clown.
No, you're not a clown. Don't. Let's not go Joe Pesci now.
But I mean,
you're funny. You're a funny guy. Yeah, Mr. Charles.
I'm here to fucking entertain you.
That's a classic scene, bro.
Man, that little guy, man, he's a scary little guy. That little guy.
He beat the dude with the phone receiver.
That's what I'm saying. Like, motherfucking embarrass me, man. You embarrass me. The fuck?
I hear the fucking entertain.
You go back to the fucking casino. You treat my guy with respect. You put your feet up. You put your fucking feet up in the casino. What the fuck?
Hey, what's going on here on the screen now?
We got you. I got it. Start. I'm coming back to you, Levante.
Yeah, we'll be back. Yeah, but yo, before we do, big love to Mr. Rodgers, and big love to Crimson for 5 months membership killed off. Same thing for 12 months membership. That is awesome. Big respect to both of y'all for coming through and expanding your Super No Maniacism. We really got it. I just wanted to give a little bit of extra love. But yeah, Minister Charles, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And where I was before with the whole like it'll never be the same is, and it has a lot to do with that brass instrument case scenario. Like the trumpet, the wind section in today's music is almost non-existent, man.
Well, look at what he wrote there.
He wrote an entire Trump piece for every song on Robin Thicke's first album. Did you really?
The baddest woman in the world as his wife, to me. The baddest. Oh my gosh, she's fine.
Well, I don't know how
lost it too.
I don't know how Alan Thicke's son got where he got, but
connections.
Did you know Alan Thicke wrote I think Alan Thicke wrote the Different Strokes theme song?
Well, he was a comedian back in the day.
He was a musician back in the day.
Alan Thicke?
Alan Thicke. I'm talking about the dude, the daddy from Growing Pains.
Growing Pains.
He's Alan Thicke's. He's Robin Thicke's daddy.
Yeah. That's
a whole story. You know what, man?
Wait, Growing Pains. That's not Alan Thicke.
Yeah, it is, Doc. Yeah.
Not with Alex B. Keaton.
No, that's Family Ties. See, I got you. It's Alan Thicke.
Okay. Which one's Growing Pains?
Growing Pains. It was on ABC. It was with Mike Seaver.
Oh yeah. He was
Kirk Cameron. Candace Cameron's brother. If y'all know who Candace Cameron is today. But yeah, that's Alan Thicke's dad.
Alan Thicke. And then he had that talk show, Thick of the Night. I remember that.
Yeah.
His little Johnny Carson thing for a minute.
Hey man, all that I can't get this out of my head. Now the world don't move to the
beat of just one drum.
So
what might be right for you might not be right for some.
My whole life I thought a brother sung that. Do y'all think a brother sung that?
He's a man of means and along come two. They got nothing but the jeans, but they got different strokes it takes. Yeah, that's a white man's rhythm right
brother.
there.
It was white people. My whole life, I would never have guessed that. I'm serious. But when I found out, I was like, for real, this is Alan Thicke. Wow. Okay, Alan, you go, Alan. But yeah.
Let me go ahead and wrap this up with that thing about the kid that heard that joint. And you talking about, I wake up inspired, but you talking about getting you some extra good energy for a day. A kid that's what it tells me, and to before so we can get moving with the show. What it tells me is that through all the thickness of the darkness, there's always light. If a kid can remain positive and keep a mindset like that in an environment like this, that's special. That's special. So he doesn't know that I'm preparing some stuff for him. I'm gonna give him some instrumentals to play on, maybe, tweak that one for him. But, I'm gonna give him several. I'm gonna give him several just to keep him motivated and keep him inspired.
Yeah. And for those of you who may not be musically inclined, if there's a shorty that is, just encourage them. That's the main the main thing, right? Hey, you sound like you've been practicing. Hey, nice. Hey, I know that song. That sounds good.
King Booker. Yeah, I seen him perform. I think he performed it on like a tiny desk. I think I seen him perform, and I was dumbfounded to this day. I never would have expected that to be a white dude, bro. So
Michael McDonald, you?
No, Michael McDonald. I like. To me, Michael McDonald sound like a white man.
Rick Astley.
Rick Astley sound like a white man too. He sounds like the whitest man. You think he sound like he got soul? If you said George Michael, I'd say okay, all right, yeah, he would. Not Rick Astley, and Rick Astley with that move.
Never gonna give you up.
All right. We're gonna just go end up in the
He might be the whitest human being I've ever seen.
Well, let's go end up in a long ass conversation. Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Levante, man. I appreciate it. That's my nature, man. That's just my nature. I'm going. But hey, what would y'all rather do right now? I'm talking to Kids and Trips, and also the No Maniacs, Super No Maniacs, and everybody watching the show. Would you rather get into some grown folk stuff with some drink, or would you rather get into some party shit with some food right quick? Either one we can get into right now.
Never gonna give. Get you up.
Get it together, homeboy. Which one?
Oh, I'm good. So in the chat there, who are hitting us up and participating in the show as you can. So food or liquor?
Food over drinks. There we go. There's our answer. We'll go.
Food then liquor. Wait, liquor then food. You gotta have a little food in your tummy, or you want to have a little liquor first, and then sop that liquor up.
All right, we get it. Let's go.
Let's top it up with some grease later. So let's do drinks first.
All right, Triple R, you the foodie. So let's go with you with this one.
Let's see. We got some rotisserie chicken, and potato soup. Ingredients include bacon, unsalted butter, rotisserie chicken, seasonings, corn, chives, flour, thyme, whole milk, and red potatoes. Now, if you want to make it healthier, if I can, imagine what Chef Trips would recommend, instead of whole milk, using a nut milk or a substitute. Instead of white flour, use whole wheat flour.
Don't say it, kid. Shut up. Shut up.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
Going,
No
man.
Diddy.
Keep
No
going.
Diddy. And the rotisserie chicken can be that because it's already cooked with its own flavor as a done bird. You can use a smoked chicken or however you want to cook the chicken. Cook the chicken and then put it into your soup, as opposed to letting the chicken breast
Now I
cook
have to
within the soup.
let me, if you don't mind me parting in, I would recommend the rotisserie because I actually own a rotisserie cooker, and it's a bitch to clean up. I ain't gonna
Flex.
lie to you, but I don't like using it. And the rotisserie does give it a different taste. Now, does it not? That rotisserie, for whatever reason, it just gives it a better taste than slapping it in the oven. I don't know why, but it tastes different.
Well, I mean, that's just a difference in cooking in an oven versus on a grill versus a rotisserie versus a smoker. The meat is cooked differently in all of those different convections. So, looking at a rotisserie chicken, it's slowly spun on a spit with the fire or the heat source equal distance, so it's cooking, from the outside in like that. A smoker is cooking it with the smoke and so on and so forth. How they're cooked, but how they're cooked determines
I
what
think you just
flavor they're
explained it.
gonna have.
I think you just
So,
explained it though, Trips, but
huh?
because it's cooked on the spit, and I think those fats that go down there and drip down and burn back up, the fumes from those fats go right back into the meat.
Well, but then also if you put that same not rotisserie chicken, but same chicken in a skillet and put it in the oven and roast it, it's going to be different because now it's sitting in more of its fat as opposed to a rotisserie where the fat is just dripping off of it. So it's just the meat cooking. So it's just differences in how you cook it, and the differences in like this it says chicken seasonings. But if you had a Cajun flavor on your rotisserie chicken. Now your potato soup is going to have that Cajun chicken flavor, and it's going to just be that little difference. So the difference in how you cook your chicken and what seasonings you put on it, you're not going to eat the chicken. Calm down. But you're going to tear it apart there. Your spoon, you're going to get those chunks and those bits in there, and then you're going to let it absorb in all of uh, the the other seasonings. Now, in addition to corn, if you want a little more color in there, put your can of peas in there. It's all good. Put you some green beans, some mixed vegetables in there. You want broccoli in your rotisserie chicken potato soup? You put you some broccoli in your chicken and potato soup.
All right.
And something else that's missing in all these ingredients, cheese. Now, if you're someone who enjoys cheese, like a little cheesy soup, you get you some sprinkles or you put some cheese in there as well. Or you for individual bowls for people who like cheese versus people that don't, you just put in their individual bowl. But this is a pot that can have all of your ingredients. So if you're in a survival situation, or if it's just winter, or if you're low on pantry and kitchen stock, you can put all this stuff in one pot and it stretches it out so you can feed multiple people with limited ingredients, let's say. And
All
it's customizable enough that, depending on what meat you have, what vegetables, you can, customize it as you will.
All right. Listen, my advice to you all is, now you can probably get your rotisserie for.
Wait, hold on, no, Matt. Patrick Higgins. There's no way you don't have heavy cream on that soup. Well, I beg to differ, Mr. Higgins of Patrickness, because instead of heavy cream, you can take plain Greek yogurt and mix that with a little nut milk. Settle down, kids, and get it to the consistency of heavy cream and substitute that for heavy cream.
So,
Well,
Nomad,
this is. Go ahead, kids.
I was just gonna say I'm not I'm not a fan of nut milk. I'm gonna
Whatever kind of milk, whatever kind of milk.
I'm gonna keto-fy this. Let me keto-fy this. All right. So you remove the red potatoes, you insert cauliflower. You remove the whole milk, you insert your heavy cream. Absolutely no flour. Chives, corn stays, add whatever vegetables you want, seasonings, chicken stays, unsalted butter stays, bacon stays, and you're good. You got a keto soup. Pound that back every for a couple of days in a row, and you will start to feel the burn.
Hey, you know what, kids? I'm glad you mentioned that, man, because there is definitely a way to freak this to your dietary needs for sure. For sure. You omit
So basically ruin it. Got it.
You omit that flour. Me personally, I'm gonna keep the potatoes, and I'm just gonna work my ass off that week and make sure I can keep those potatoes in there. But you omit the flour, and maybe what Patrick is saying, maybe you throw some heavy cream in there. You can do it, but there's other ways to get around. There's other different things that you can do.
Well, you got to think about, if you want to think about substitutes, what are you substituting for and why? The heavy cream, what does it do for the dish, and how would you substitute it?
Dietary needs, man. There's different ways you can do that. Like kids,
tell me what's the purpose of the heavy cream?
I will. So with the keto diet, you actually want to introduce more fat into your diet than carbohydrates. At the end of the day, your body is made up, or at least the theory is that your body is made to burn fat and as opposed to store it. So once you're in ketosis, it'll burn the fat, but you have to ingest fat in order to do so. So that's basically the trade-off. You remove the carbohydrates, which would turn into bad fats that your body will process and store. You introduce actual fat to the body, and it immediately burns it. Kind of how it works.
Yeah, I feel the heavy cream on that. I feel the heavy cream. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I feel the heavy cream on it. I'm not a big heavy cream person, but I can see for this just as a binder, just to take the flour out of the flour is the worst thing in the dish. 110% white flour is the worst thing in the dish. But according to your dietary needs, if you on keto, you're definitely gonna have to take that out unless you're on a cheat day, and that's what you're gonna make for your cheat meal.
Well, something else that you could substitute? A little sour cream.
Yeah, I mean that's
sour cream's fat
at
too.
the end of the dish. Right. At the end of the dish, you get to do what you want to do to that to finish that dish. With all the garnishings on top of that thing. Yeah, you can do shit like that for sure. But hell of a, I've made this before. This is not my bowl and not my spoon, but I've made this before. And so anyway, I'm glad Patrick brought this up too. A rotisserie chicken is so cheap these days. You can just walk off in any grocery store, just about here in America, at least, kids, and go grab you a rotisserie chicken for like $4 or $5.
Already cooked for you.
Best deal around here, $7.99. So I ain't complaining. That's exactly what I would do. I wouldn't dirty up your rotisserie rig there, Nomad. I would just go grab them from the store. The rest is history. And like the reality here is, you could still probably, if you wanted to, cut the breast and the legs off and eat them and put the rest of the chicken to sit in that bowl. And it would, in the pot, when you're making this, it would flavor it up, and you can just cut off what you need, and you get the rest of that chicken and really actually eat the chicken. You know what I mean? Like,
but here's the thing, though, kids. I would picture this kind of dish or chicken pot pie. Anything that uses leftover chicken is using quote unquote leftover chicken. This is like you make your rotisserie chicken or you buy it, whatever you do, and you enjoy that chicken. Those pieces of chicken with some mac and cheese and some vegetables or whatever the hell you eating the chicken with. And then like in a couple of days when you look in the fridge and you see that container with that, congealed over, half a chicken carcass in there, it's like, what the hell I'm gonna do with that? And it's like, there it is right there. You get you some potatoes and the rest of these ingredients and you go to town.
You got it. Because most birds go down the garbage, man. You got it. That's brilliant.
Any bird will work for this dish, AC Adam. That Cornish hen leftover, some turkey. This depends on how you want to put this together. You put it together with what you got going on. So, hell of a dish, man. Hell of a dish. I can eat this until...
But just think about it, though, Nomad, Kids, No Maniacs. You get a rotisserie chicken and you enjoy a meal on it. Let's say you and your partner or you yourself eat half of a bird. That's a meal. All right. So now you got another 2 meals out of this the carcass of the leftover chicken in this soup. So now you done stretch that one chicken that would maybe feed you twice, 2 meals for 2 people. you stretch that into like 3-4 meals, and maybe a couple lunch.
That's what a carcass can do for you. So what a carcass can do for you. So we getting ready to enter that season where it's going to be a lot of birds on a lot of people's tables, and this is one idea that you can use to stretch that carcass out and use that carcass in a different way, being creative with what you like around. I told y'all in my house, in my family, people don't waste food, man. People don't waste food. You're gonna eat that food. It's about how creative can you get about making the next dish with it. But it's gonna get eaten. Guaranteed.
Especially in a survival situation.
Wow, this is why I mess. I'm that kind of guy. This is why I mess with soup all the time. Right. If there's something in my fridge and I don't know what to do with it, I will stare in the fridge for about 4 minutes and just drink in all the ingredients that I have in there and then start yanking stuff out of the fridge and soup it up, man. I got 2 big old pots of soup in my fridge right now that I have to finish decimating, but it's just what I do, man.
Hey, you know what, kids? This next one, hey, I suggest you all grab you a rotisserie chicken or 2 at your local store, man. Take this one to heart, man. You can do this tomorrow. But here, this next one here, man. Let me find it. Kids, you go ahead and lead with this, man, because you are a resident seafood person. What do you think about this?
Am I really? I didn't realize that. So seafood and sausage and stew. This is probably bomb. Salt and pepper, garlic, andouille sausage, stewed tomatoes. That's the key here, y'all. Just gonna put that out there. Leeks. I'm not a big fan of leeks, but I would trade that off with something else. White wine. Bay leaves.
Need that white wine.
Useless. Clam juice is a nice flavor. Shrimp, mussels, white fish. Yo, this would be really, really nice, y'all. Like the white wine would give it the white wine, clam juice, and stewed potatoes would give it a brilliant flavor. Gotta have the salt, pepper, garlic in there with the seafood situation. See, like Levante Rodgers is right there with me. I would take the leeks out immediately. I'm not a leeks guy. There's other things you could put in there that would give you a similar flavor and just not be quite as wild. But I'll be honest here. I'm not super big on mussels. Whitefish I would definitely put in here. If you let it to stew for a fair amount of time, those mussels would become really soft and nice in the stew. I'm interested. I would eat this. Bay leaves to me is like the weirdest thing to put in anything. I don't I don't feel like bay leaves have a flavor.
You tripping?
Am I? Do they like trip? Do they
Did
have
you say bay leaves?
Yeah, bay leaves.
That's the only thing they do.
It's just garnish or flavor?
Well, no, flavor. That's why you put them in early. You cook them with the stuff, and then you take it out. You throw it away because the essence as it boils into the mixture, gives it that flavor, that taste. But this would be something I have eaten and would enjoy, but the ingredients are so specific that if you're in the bayou, I'm sure you got these at your local market. But around the way it's like mussels. Where am I gonna get those fresh mussels from? I don't have no idea. Or the scallops or any fish. It's like unless you're getting that fresh or you live on a coast.
Kind of.
This dish could be more of a I got a plan for these ingredients specifically kind of thing.
Yeah, you got to go. You're nailing it. You'd have to go to the store with this in mind. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to open up your fridge and be like, "Yeah, let me just."
Oh yeah, you're going to get this shit. You're going to get all this.
You got to go get everything. It's like I've never used bay leaves for anything, y'all. I've never used them for any kind of.
Put them as much soup as you make, man. Put you a bay leaf. Put you a bay leaf in some of that soup and shut your mouth.
Okay.
You don't know what you're missing, bro. You talking about taking your shit to the next level with them bay leaves, man.
Really? I
take them out when you're done. You just raise them out of there, but
you don't eat it. You don't eat it.
Yeah,
I've never really used it for any kind of thing. I found it in stuff and been like, what the fuck? Like, this don't taste like nothing. You know what I mean? And you kind of get rid of it. But if you're saying it's sort of like thyme, like putting thyme in there, all right, cool. I can dig where you're coming from. It'll add a specific essence to your eat.
Better listen to Patrick.
I will. I will definitely. Yeah, no, not even in pasta. Like I've had it in pasta sauce, but I've never cooked it. If I'm cooking a pasta sauce, I ain't putting no bay leaves in there.
Yeah, put you a bay leaf in there, and just one, or maybe two, depending on the size of the dish. But
Okay.
it just adds that extra layer of flavor.
Okay, I will take all of your word for it. At least now I have an understanding as to what it's good for, because I could not figure it out.
A bay leaf is an extremely special plant when it comes to cooking.
Okay.
Extremely special. I mean, that the flavor that bay leaf will give to you, all the seasonings and all the natural flavors that come out of whatever you're cooking, it just heightens it. It's almost like an accelerant to the flavors. That's the best way I can describe it to you. But holy shit, you got to try that.
Okay, no, I will take everybody's word for it, because I've been trying to figure it out for decades. Like, why does everybody's like spice cupboard, there's always bay leaves in there, and I could never figure out what the hell you put this in. You know, in a spice cupboard, you might catch me going, what the fuck is this? And I will taste it and see what it is. You taste thyme and you get the exact same reaction. Thyme tastes like you just ate a twig. But if you,
but
you know what I mean, you throw that in your
can't
food.
do that though, kids, because remember it's like tasting something raw. Because a bay leaf takes time to cook and dissolve into the dish as it's simmering and cooking. And so the flavor by the time it's in that dish is different than if you just pick the fucker off of a tree and bit it. You know, it's not going to be like that.
Look at what Patrick is saying right here.
I'm getting it. I get it. I get it. It's like MSG making a salt that tastes better. I get it. Same, like I said, same thing with thyme, man. You throw that in there and you leave it, see what happens, and it does add a very specific flavor profile that you would be surprised about, and you can't really. You're still gonna pick the thyme out of your meal. You know what I mean? You're still gonna yank it and throw it out, just like Bailey's in that case.
You don't have crushed thyme?
Yeah, if you have crushed, you ain't got to take it out.
But you
might be one of them people that do the seasoning bags or something like that, or something.
So multiple things. So first off, my aunt grows thyme, and she just gives me bags of it. You know what I mean? So that's it. I don't then go forward and crush it. I used to buy crushed thyme, but I don't anymore.
If you're lost and you look, and you will find me.
Hey, real quick, man.
I'll take it.
Real quick. Most of this shit I've never had a seafood soup or stew. The thing I would add to this,
what?
Probably tomato paste.
Okay, that's
and
fair.
Maybe a splash of Worcestershire
or tomato sauce, one of them.
That's fair. Either one would really help the stew. That's why I said those stewed tomatoes are like the key, right? Because they're gonna bring like a little bit of like a sour vinegar flavor to all this to really tie it together. You'll be try cooking it without the tomatoes first, and then drop them in, and you'll see the explosion of flavor and how it changes. Like that's something I would be. This would be a very interesting meal to eat here. I'm interested. But yeah, man, you say you never had no like seafood stew or soup?
One time I made
chowder?
I've had chowder, so I don't even consider that one. I thought everybody ate chowder. But I made something I remember, but I put some shrimp paste in it, some kind of soup I made. I just can't remember what it was. And it jacked that shit up. When I tell you it jacked it up, and I mean that in the best way possible. It turned
fish paste, even fish sauce if you got that.
Shrimp paste, man.
Yeah. Well, but I mean shrimp paste and or fish sauce to add to something like this as just a cap full of flavor. Like you would give it a splash of Worcestershire, maybe a splash of soy. No,
this dish is so interesting to me.
There's a lot of flavor.
So interesting to me. The andouille sauces. The first time I tasted it, I didn't like it. Just didn't like the texture of it. I ate it by itself and made it kind of like a little sandwich out of it, like you make a hot dog or anything else sausage related. And I didn't like it. And then somebody made it in a dish of potatoes or something, onions and potatoes. Somebody I know made it, and I was just like, oh, okay, I'm feeling this shit now. The andouille sausage, it's got so much effing flavor in it. It's ridiculous. And so just imagine all those juices and fats swirling around in this, mixing up with the fish, the clams, the mussels, the white. Come on, man.
Well, let me ask you this: if you know, no matter anybody in the chat, was it a clam bake? Because the only thing is like you get the little bag and you put in like the little ears of corn on the cob.
Are you talking like a boil?
A boil. There you go. Shrimp boil.
Yeah.
Now, what's the difference between this and like a boil?
You don't drink the juice.
Like this is like a pot of soup though. This is a stew. A boil. I just had one the other day. It was dope, man. I had my first one. It's just like here's some seafood and veggies and some potatoes, and we're gonna put everything in garlic butter, boil that baby, and pour it on your table and eat that. And it's amazing, man.
I did that. That dish. I don't know if I'll ever be able to do it again because that's the last dish I made for one of my favorite aunts, man. And before she passed away, she asked me to do it, and I had never done it before, and so she just knows I can. I have a knack with figuring out how to do that shit, and I made it. She brought her friends over, and I mean, when she brought her friends over, she brought them motherfuckers over. And they was tearing that shit up. That corn, they was raving about that corn on the cob. But all that shit, they was tearing that shit up. And when I say I made a big Navy sailor's pot worth of that shit, I made a huge one. She's got king crab legs in that thing, hanging all out that thing. She's got all kind of sausage in that thing, potatoes. And she asked me to make it with a little bit of kick to it. So I put a little.
Oh, you put some spice in there too.
Oh, yeah. So that's what she wanted.
Okay.
That's what she wanted, and it was dope. I didn't really get too much of it because they tore that shit up.
Well, now, do you understand the concept though of the soups, the stews? That it's basically anything from the garden and anything that grows in the ground, or in the case of this, swims in the ocean. You know what I mean? Because these are your bottom, la cucarachas of the sea, if you will, with the mussels, the scallops, the clams, the scrimps, and you can put potatoes in them, you can put corn in them, and let all of it cook together, and let all of those flavors marry and get that umami. Not your
Talk
mama.
about my mama.
Hey! I ain't saying nothing about your mama now. She good people. But that different layers of flavor, because I know your mom is not flavorful at all.
Oh Lord.
Because that's how you got here. So
that's the kind of that'll get your ass Cactus Jack in live and in person.
What you say about my mama? She is not sexy. So it's like, but all of these stews, all of these pot meals, you can make, on the go if you are, moving from one location to another and have a big pot and have a campfire and a bunch of food, or in your underground bunker, or in your, your bachelor pad, looking in the fridge at all your leftovers, and it's like, how can I put all this stuff together? You get you some bay leaves, kids, and other seasoning, and you put it all in a pot, and you just let it simmer together. And what comes out will be beautiful. And that is also another way to stretch one fish for multiple people. So it's like, man, we went fishing, only caught one fish, but I got 6 miles to feed. Well, they ain't gonna feed off that one fish.
Get in there with some potatoes and all that stuff.
Exactly.
I'm with you.
Well,
everybody gets a bowl with some protein.
Really quickly, Trish, I think me and you probably should address this because it's very much something in our culture. Whitefish. Black people ain't that big into whitefish.
Well, it kind of right in the title.
We're into river fish more or less.
Well, whitefish is more of an oceanic thing.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
And black folk got more access to rivers than ocean.
Mm-hmm.
So
Except
it's
Florida,
access,
you live in
but
Florida, Louisiana, and shit.
Come from an island. You know what I
but
mean?
you know the black folks that come from an island or that made this, they got access to that ocean, so they make that white fish.
You're damn sure.
But you know, where if you are from the not inner city, but inner country, and not on a coastal region, whitefish is a delicacy for you.
Yeah, I like whitefish when it comes to Captain D's and Long John Silver's.
I'm yet to meet a fish that I don't like. I'll be honest with you.
Me too, kids. I don't think I ever ate one that I didn't like.
I'm saying most of them are pretty good, whether it's catfish, whether it is just a different flavor profile, right? Codfish, which is super salty, and
Hold on for a second, Cares. The scrolls just brought something up.
Bushfish,
snapper and grouper. Yeah. Listen, let me tell you something. I got lucky. I got freaking lucky. There's a city in Florida called what is that? Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Hey,
and somebody I know when I was in Georgia is from there. Man, this guy I know, he got hella close with me. He was on my pool team and billiards team rather. And we got to talking one night. And he was just like, man, wait a minute. He started talking about fishing. He was just like, dog, you never had grouper? I said, what the fuck is a grouper? It was a groupie. I had some groupies. I ain't never had no grouper.
Yeah,
no.
plenty of them.
I've had both.
Man, so this motherfucker comes from a little money now. And he went and told his dad. And he brought his dad to my house.
MJ had no grouper.
The man brought his dad to my house just to verify the shit. And they wanted to take me to Cocoa Beach. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't go down there. But anyway, they've got this boat and they go out and do all that fishing. And they brought me. You know how much that shit costs in the store?
Get your ass on the boat.
Was it expensive?
Grouper ain't cheap.
Really? Okay. For me, like scrolls ain't front. Like we eat all kinds of snapper for sure in Jamaica. Like red snapper bot, bro. We eat a bunch of red snapper. It's good and it's kind of cooked in a very specific manner. But shoosh, the red snapper is great. Great fish. Different thing than what you guys are probably used to, but it's good stuff, man.
First time I tasted the red snapper was in Jamaica, and it was off the chain.
Yeah,
but the man brought me like hacked up all them groupers. He brought me so many different fish that I know.
Like the man took them.
He used to brought me some mahi, and I still didn't eat it that he had in his freezer, but he wanted me to have it because he just wanted me to experience some of this different shit.
Mahi is bad too, bro. It's good. That's good fish,
I feel bad that I didn't even eat it.
Yeah, that's that Pacific Ocean fish.
That's from the other side. You're right.
He brought me all kinds of different fish.
Because are you aware that fish that are in the Atlantic taste different than fish that are swimming in the Pacific?
And taste different than river fish. Like all three of them have a bit of a different flavor profile.
I'm not sophisticated enough to know the difference.
You would be if like just given the opportunity to taste small. Because like again, growing up on red snapper, having catfish for the first time, I was like, yo, this isn't fish. You know what I mean? Like this is not the fish I'm used to. It's kind of fattier and it's just a different flavor profile. Like it really honestly is, but it's good, man. Again, Cajun style. It's real good. It's a different take on it. Across
because blackened catfish versus blackened tuna or blackened mahi. They're all blackened, but just the different flavor of the body of the fish.
Mm-hmm. Different. Catfish in the United States will change your life. I'm telling you, God, it will change you. It will fucking change your life forever.
We used to have one of the top restaurants in town was a Cajun restaurant called Big Daddy's. It was a dope restaurant, man. It was a dope restaurant, and that's where I had my first taste of catfish fillet. I don't remember what else I had with it.
if you're one of them people that want to know anything about getting some of these things, one of the things I found out when I was living in Atlanta is, when I went to an Asian restaurant to go talk to somebody because I wanted to, because when she told me she was having motherfuckers over there, I just wanted to make sure it came off right. And I told her what she wanted me to cook. And she was just like, have you? So they basically got me fresh everything.
Mm-hmm.
You want to watch on cookie?
Got me fresh everything. And all I did, this is a restaurant that sells prepared food. They went, and because I brought that to them, they were nice enough to make sure I got fresh everything. Nice, beautiful shrimp. Beautiful shrimp. I mean, when I say they were beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. They deveined them and everything. And there's a lot of people out there that don't devein their shrimp. Man, y'all some damn barbarians, man. Y'all learn how to devein.
Savages.
Shrimp so pretty, you thought they was prawns.
Savages, bro. Like I didn't know about that until I was a little bit older, man. I didn't know as a kid.
Yeah, because
Like,
that
you're just eating the shrimp and your mom is looking at you like that.
Yeah, take that out of there. You got to clean that, boy.
You so dumb.
But explain to them what the vein is.
That's like the chitlins of the shrimp.
It's shrimp poop.
The chitlins of the shrimp. Yeah.
There's a dark line right down the center of your shrimp.
Yeah.
It's poop.
Right down the center of your shrimp. You just open it up and look at it. And it starts when, yeah. If you got an unbutterflied shrimp, you're gonna have to kind of cut it down the center.
And run your thumb down there and get that poopy out of there.
Yeah. But you'll see it. It's dead. You can't miss it. It's the only black little line going through it. That's
and it looks like a vein.
It's a shit tube.
Yeah.
Chitlins.
Yeah. All right, man. Last thoughts about this seafood sausage. I would eat the shit out of this, man.
Yeah. There ain't much here that I got to complain about, but this is definitely.
But now something that if you want to keep it real, it would have a lot more kick in there than this picture conveys.
You're probably right.
As we see from the ingredients, salt, pepper, garlic, that does also not convey the Cajun seasoning and flavors of this.
I think I did that on purpose because I had that much space right now. To be honest with you, Trips, you only got so much space when you.
Well, I mean, but expand on the things that you may have like left out due to space.
So you want to use Tony Satcher's Creole seasoning. Number one, have that shit in your cabinet. That should be part of your repertoire. Tony Satcher's seasoning. Get you some of that, and then they also have. Go online to Amazon and just type in the words Creole seasoning mix bags and pop. You're going to see product after product after product after product. The best thing you can get is the Louisiana brand, just to start yourself with. Tony Satcher's and the Louisiana brand. You can't go wrong with those two. Then you'll start getting a little more sophisticated with doing shit like this.
Pause right there, no, Matt. The difference between Creole and Cajun, which is it? Oh, fuck, now I'm confused. I believe it's Creole has more of a red pepper spice to it than the Cajun.
I think it's backwards.
Okay.
That take a whole conversation, man.
But there's Creole and there's Cajun, and they're basically the same thing, except one has more pepper to it, more kick.
Nah, depending on the product. I've been through those, man. It just depends.
Well, Creole versus Cajun.
So Tony Satcher's
not the specific manufacturers, just those in general.
Tony Satcher's is a very tame Creole season.
Okay.
Very tame. Now I've gotten Creole seasonings that were very amped up. They were not tame at all and will burn your ass.
Damn.
But not Cajun too? Will Cajun burn you?
I've had Cajun stuff that's pretty tame because I think they get per customer, you get complaints. Like, let's just say you put your seasoning pack together, Trips, and you decided you want to package it and make it a product and sell it. And so you put it out there on the market. People love it. But then in your comment section behind your product, hey, I wish it was just, take a little bit of it's just a little too strong for me. It was a little too much for my stomach. And then you start adjusting then you got an offset brand of what you do. So now you got a mild version of what you were selling originally, right? And so then you get offshoots like that. And that's just good for people that have different, you know, that's just good. You know, I mean, I like a variety, man.
Well, but
boss.
Here's where Chef Trips' advice, who you can see last Wednesday on Extra Sauce of the month, last Wednesday of the month.
Hey,
but remember, he suggested that whatever Cajun seasoning, Creole seasoning, steak seasoning, Italian seasoning, you look it up, the ingredients, and you customize it according to your taste preferences. Because as you get older, you realize what your palate likes. You might like it a little sweeter, a little saltier, a little bitter, a little hotter. But then you also realize what dietarily your restrictions or requirements may be. So you may have enjoyed that hot, but your body can't process it no more. So you got to cut it back. So you find out the ingredients of all of the seasonings, the popular names, and then you get those individual seasonings and measure them out and mix them up, leaving out the ones that you don't like or can't eat, or adding more of what you want. And now you have that seasoning, and then you put it on your shelf, in your bunker, and you store it and you label it. So you can always customize and have on hand whatever you can't have access to from the store or the internet.
All right. I tell you what, man, this can get carried into a long conversation because flavor profile is something that over the last, I don't know how many years, about a decade, is something that I had to, learn by trial and error. Yeah. Trial and error, bro. Just learning how to do things and make things so that I can like something that I make, but it's a different thing to make something that everybody likes. And so I think that's the conversation here, but hell of a dish right here. And I'm about to do a hard turn into some dranky drink. And I want to see what you guys think. Kids, let's start with you off the top and let's see what you think it is.
Salty Dog. Tito's Vodka by Ruby Red. Grapefruit juice, lime juice, ice.
What's not the light?
What's not the light? What's Ruby Red?
Ruby Red grapefruit.
Oh, Ruby Red grapefruit juice. My bad. This to me, I would probably kill this. I'm gonna have to try this. I'll just substitute Tito's with another vodka.
Why you don't like Tito's?
I don't have a problem with Tito's. I just
ain't no fucking lover, man.
Nah,
gotta be a lover.
But how many different vodkas do you have to have in your home?
That's what I'm saying.
Liquor cabinet.
That's what I'm saying.
Gotta have some Tito's, bro.
I got something else I'm drinking right now. Actually, it ain't so bad. It's from I don't know. It's from Europe somewhere. It's pretty good. Yeah, it tastes so good. You slap your mom.
That's actual seasoning.
Slap your mom.
Is there really a seasoning?
That's the name of it. Slap your mom.
Okay.
But you look it up and you look up the ingredients and you make your own.
Okay. So this is very close in theme.
He said Tito's is that rot gut vodka.
Hey, you gotta. I'm a poor ass man. I keep some Tito's.
Get them red, Baron.
I like my Tito's from Europe. I like my vodka from Europe. I'm sorry, I just got to put it out there.
When I get rich, I'll change it up. But
tequila, I'll take from that part of the world, man. But my vodka, I like to get it. I like to get it European. This. Are you guys familiar with Ting? Have I introduced you guys to Ting before? No.
Ting?
No, not Poontang. Ting.
Oh. The first one, yes. The latter, no.
Okay, so when we're done here, I'll just give you guys a quick look at Ting. Ting is basically a Caribbean. It's a Caribbean soda that is just it's like carbonated grapefruit juice, and it's amazing. It is one of my favorite drinks. Period. If you get the chance to get yourself a Ting, walk into a Jamaican food store or
the real Ting, man.
Yeah, man, I ting them. So back in the days, we used to. That's how we used to. There was one shop in town when marijuana was not legalized here, where they used to, it was a Jamaican restaurant, and they used to sell weed out the back of the Jamaican restaurant. So we would go right up, you'd go right up to the counter, and you'd say, "Eman, we want one thing and a thing," and they'd bring you a drink. They give you a drink, you drink it, and wait for them to go package up your weed, and they bring you weed after. And that's just how they used to do it back in
Black
the day.
market tales from the black market of Canada.
It's like that like that bodega, you know what I mean? It's like that bodega. But this is sort of like an alcohol infused ting. I'm so with it. Nomad, you drink a mojito yet? Patrick Higgins wants to know. Nothing.
He's going to mix one right now.
Oh, he's mixing one. Okay. I
didn't know I was muted. No, I haven't had one yet, Pat. I ain't got one yet, but I'm gonna get one. Don't worry.
See, yeah, man. Scrolls Belvedere, Grey Goose. The Grey Goose is the one. Like, the one I'm drinking right now is really good, but the Grey Goose, back in the days, I could not shoot vodka. I couldn't take a vodka shot.
I still can't.
Well, Grey Goose
for the Russians.
Grey Goose is great. It's like specially filtered. It tastes like water. Like almost sweet water. It's great.
Don't be buying that puffy shit.
Even that's pretty. The Ciroc's not bad, man. But like, I ain't trying to put money in his pocket. So
Zatarans. Yeah, they specialize in the Creole and Cajun stuff.
All right. We done with this. We done with the food for now. But
not just Grand Poobah mentioned that.
What do you think about this, Trips? I know you're not a mixed drink guy, but what you think about this? Is this palatable?
I would drink this all day.
Oh, salty dog. No, I can't mess with no clear liquors like that. So the vodka done. I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why
I could substitute maybe. Oh, I don't know, with that ruby red grapefruit, that lime juice, maybe a little shot of tequila up in there. Substitution.
Well, just play nice, Trips. I got something for you a little bit. Just give me.
Well, I'm just talking about this one.
Yeah.
Tequila might work in this. I'm thinking even like I'm kind of surprised. I'm a little bit disappointed in my people. Like, we should have been doing this for this should be. You know why we haven't done this? It's because of Ray and Nephew's rum. It's because the rum in Jamaica is so damn powerful that you can't really make like a viable mixed drink with it. It's just rum and Coke. Just throw it in with some Coke and pray you wake up in the morning in a safe location. Anyways, continue.
Yeah. I would never drink, and I never had Ciroc anywhere. I never buy it ever. Tingeray.
One ting after another ting.
Tingeray. Oh, I like that though. I like that. That's like, this got a nice little ring to it.
No, Ciroc isn't smooth because it's made from grapes. It's smooth because it's made from baby oil.
Man, hey, man, you gotta stick with the assignment, Minister Charles. Don't drink that shit. Don't drink it. All right, but I tell you what, man, this one right here is sexy. This one right here is sexy, and kids, I think you're gonna like it because of the ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, that's blue.
Got that blue Caraco in there again. White rum, vodka. Ooh.
Call the name out. Call the name out.
Oh, snap! This will
right as hell.
Beat you down. Blue Hawaii. All right, this is my kind of drink too. If I'm really drinking it, this would be flavor. You wouldn't even know you're drinking booze. Vodka, white rum, blue Caraco, sweet and sour lime juice, pineapple juice. Honestly, you would take 3 sips of this. The first 2 sips would be damn.
Shit, that's just making me pucker.
The key to this before you get going, kids, is make sure you got white rum instead of brown rum. You don't want to mix the two.
You're right. You don't want brown rum in this particular drink.
Segregate your rums.
You do have to segregate your rums in this case.
Keep them separated.
Nice. So two sips of this, and you'd be like, "Damn, this! What did you serve me? This is pure booze." And then you get that pucker and be like, "Oh, this is super sour." The next sip, you would feel absolutely no booze being involved in this drink, and you would enjoy it. And again, you
lights out.
Next thing you know,
find yourself in a safe place.
Next thing you know, you're cheating on your wife.
This may be the end result of the situation.
That's when you wake up all hazy with the crust in your eye like Biggie and mouth all cotton and it's like, damn, I'm thirsty.
You look to the right of you and you don't know who it is beside
it's like,
you.
oh, I hope she's cute. I hope it's a she.
Who is that?
Be surprised in the bar setting. Like I've had this 3 or 4 times. You'd be surprised, like when you have to go, you can't go to, like if you live in a tiny place and you just go to your local bar and expect them to have the ingredients to make this, you a fucking fool.
They'll look at you like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You ain't got nothing.
You see where you at?
What are you talking about? Really?
Yeah, you got to be somewhere in the metropolitan area that has people have ingredients behind the bar that have heard of this drink.
Yeah, it's like you want a can of PBR or a Coors Light. Which one? That's the fanciest we get.
This is sexy as shit, kid.
I'm worried about the scrolls, man. I'm worried about the scrolls.
Oh, damn, red man.
Hey, so I'm just surprised you can't you can find a viable alternative to this I think anywhere. Like that's just me. You should be able to find yourself some vodka and rum at a bar. They likely have blue Curaçao, but blue Curaçao is not really important. It's all like it has a flavor.
It blue.
It just makes you drink blue. That's really all that. All
that's
it
kind
really
of in the title, though. So
fair. We'll just call it a Hawaii. You know what I mean? Because all you really want is that sour and the booze and a little pineapple juice, and you're good. The blue Curaçao ain't that important.
Well, I mean, all that's like vodka. I mean, the rum. I mean, it just looks sweet as all get out.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
It isn't that sweet.
No.
Well, between the pineapple juice, the lime juice, the sweet and sour, just kind of make that make your mouth kind of.
No. See, this is how you do this, Trip. This is how you go to the bar and you ask for this. You tell them, give me a splash of that Curaçao. Give me a splash of that sweet and sour. And they know what to do. They know not to just make you a whole ass mixed drink. They know that you want to taste that liquor. And say they know you don't want this thing sweet. When you say those two things, they know you don't want it sweet.
So you got to order like
adjust.
Splash Hawaii.
What?
With splash? With splash is of.
You just say splash, and they don't know what to do.
No. He's right, because the blue Curaçao does carry much of the sweetness in this drink. So personally, I could live without all that sweet. The pineapple juice will add a fair amount of sweetness too. So I could live, I can take or leave the blue Curaçao here, but the sweet and sour is a must. It's sourpuss, same thing. It's a must. It has to be in that. It has to be in there, and the lime juice has to be in there because that sour kick, like I'm telling you, drink number 3, you will forget that there's booze in here. There's no, you know what I'm saying? There's no more booze. Yeah, this
is a 2-hitter quitter.
Jolly Rancher, and then you're just gonna Jolly Rancher your way into
2-hitter quitter. That's it.
Yeah.
So I don't care how you feel at the end of two, no more.
You're right.
So you know the difference between a standard solo cup and a big solo cup, right? Standard size solo cup, you talking about 4 to 6 ounces. Big solo cup, you talking about anywhere between 8 and 12 ounces, right?
Damn, we going soccer scrolls.
So the first time I saw, the first time I saw a blue Hawaii was in a big solo cup in the club. They ran out of glasses. I was just, man, give me one of them goddamn solos. And they hooked me up. And I'm telling you, I had the best time. I had 3 of them. I had 3 of them hoes.
I'm laughing, man. That's too funny.
I had 3 of them hoes, man.
That's all you need.
How much of that night do you remember?
I'm sure he remembers it all, but like
all I knew is I
don't want to remember it all.
All I knew is I was fucking around with a heavy set big Alabama bitch for
he's trying to forget the night. It's not.
No. I had a good ass time, but
did you? Okay,
I bet you did. You rode the rhythm and those fat waves.
Man, let me tell you,
Jelly roll.
It was a heavy set. She wasn't fat. She was just thick. She was a thick Alabama girl, and I just kept on bullshitting with her. I kept saying, "Sweet home Alabama" all night long. All night long, she's just like, She started laughing at the shit. She's just like, "That's what you think of me?" She started putting her feet on me. I'm like, "Man, get your fucking ass feet off me before I body slam your ass." Man, dog, she was thick, bro. I enjoyed that.
Shit, I bet you being from Alabama, her feet was off.
Let's just say after three of these, brothers,
need to be washed.
It's gonna take you quite some time to get to your goal, and you can color it in from here and there. Once you start, it's gonna take you a while to get to the end. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Tell you get 3 of these motherfuckers in you, I guarantee you.
Be following clues in your pants, like where was I last night?
No, you're gonna stop. You're gonna stop and start. You're gonna stop and start. Take you a break. You're gonna get something to eat, and then you're gonna try it again. And you're gonna be keeping, and it take you all night. It was 6, 7 in the morning before I even finished.
Okay, now what is the meal coming off of this? Is it like greasy hot dogs and like a Polish, or you got to have some pancakes to stop that shit up?
That's a good question. There is no fix for this. I'm sorry, like the Patrick Higgins is nailing it. He's like, it all. What does it say here? Is it just me, or do these kind of drinks cause the worst hangovers? And like, yes,
that's when you don't sip. That's when you don't sip.
Oh, I wouldn't even suggest sipping this.
You got a straw. You
have
to sip it, bro.
I disagree.
There's 2 liquors in here. You can't just drink this.
I'm suggesting heavily. You just you get that straw and you get at it. By drink number 3, you are good. By drink number 4, you're off to the races. And at that point, you stop drinking these. Like, you cannot have more than 4 of these, or like you can, but please heed the warning. Don't do it. Don't have more than 4 of these. Get on to something else, even if it's just water. And like, if you want to avoid the hangover, water. Have your 4,
hydrate,
pound them, and hydrate. Drink water, and you'll be fine in the morning.
Well, you should always hydrate between drinks anyway.
Number 1, you just don't just drink. Don't just haul off and just drink this. You sip this.
I do.
You can't just haul off and just pour this down your gullet, man.
If I got a straw, that's one. That's a benefit.
You got to drink it while it's still cold, though, too. So you got to find that balance.
You got to drink it while it's cold. You have a straw. If you have a straw, you're going to get. It's going to hit you harder through a straw. Like, it's just kind of like facts. So just do it. Do the job that you're trying to do. Get it out of the way, and then hydrate your way to decent health tomorrow. Yeah. That's responsible.
They have waffles and bacon.
Yeah, you've got to not. And I got to emphasize this. You're playing with fucking barbed wire dice with fucking salt on it. You fucking around if you just drinking this. Anytime you got a drink that has more than 1 alcohol in it, take it easy, goddammit. I'm just telling you, take it fucking easy. Because before you know it, that motherfucker snuck up on you. You're sweating, you're stumbling. Everybody's just like, man, you bumping into motherfuckers. I've been there before. I've done it the wrong way now. So I know this from experience. You don't fucking just drink this.
Here's what not to do, folks.
You sip this. You take your time. You take your goddamn time. If you need to go to the bar and get you some more ice in that motherfucker, go get you a couple more cubes in that bitch. But don't you just haul off and just suck this up because it tastes good. Because it does taste very good.
Speaking of tasting good, what did Alabama girl have for breakfast? Like grits?
Man, that motherfucker went in my kitchen and fried up some salami sandwiches with some chips. Literally, she just went in there and grabbed what was in the drawer, and that was lunch meat. Salami sandwiches and cheese.
Got resourceful.
Yeah, you can't just haul off.
A little crunch up in there too. Come on.
Oh, she meant that Snoop Dogg. That's that Snoop Dogg.
Man, hey, dude. Man, ain't nothing like a thick ass woman, man.
Because you know they got snacks at home because they always hungry.
The woman I got now is thick. You know, she thick in the middle.
And wintertime coming too, you know, it's like, oh, give me that extra.
I like the dainty women. You know, they fun to play with, but my home is with the thickness. That's why I live.
Especially like you lift up under that little layer, and then you get up under there, you put it in, and it's all hot up under there, all warm and stuff. It's like, ooh.
Oh,
exactly what I'm talking about.
It's gross. Her feet couldn't touch the ground. She's sitting on a couch.
And she was built like Jones. She was just taller.
Just taller.
Funny, man.
She was thick in the motherfucking
Her legs just dangling on the couch, like. I'll never forget. I'm cracking like a very specific joke, man. Maurice Jones-Drew, back in the days, was like a Madden G, man. He was like he was a bad MF at Madden. He used to host like a Madden championship just before the Super Bowl, and I couldn't stop laughing because, like, you know what? Like, I like MJ. Yeah, MJD. He's good and stuff. Let's check him out on Madden. Let's watch his little thing. And there he is, like a little Oompa Loompa sitting like it's like a big couch. And like he's sitting right back, and his legs are just dangling, man. Like he can't even touch the ground. And there's like a 12-year-old sitting beside him, squared up, like his feet are on the floor. Like, damn, Maurice, man, you so small, you such a Oompa Loompa. But shout out Maurice Jones-Drew still, man. It was just one of them things.
Yeah, now I got a taste for goddamn shrimp and grits.
That's funny. That's funny, Scrolls, because the way she was built, she just had a natural thick bone, and she didn't have a big stomach. She had a rather flat stomach, but I mean the rest of her, she had pure thickness to her.
She was dragging a whole lot of wagon.
Oh boy, you see that motherfucker? You see that motherfucker in the club walk away from you? Going to the bar, you just like, I'm
baby, I hate to see you go, but I love to watch you leave.
Hey, I don't give a fuck, man. I like thick women, man. I like thick women. I just came to grips with it. Many. I remember one of my homeboys got mad at me. He's just like, man, you got all these old badass girls that be trying to get at, they be just throwing it at you. I said, look at them little motherfuckers, man. Shit. It'd be like, give me one of them motherfuckers. They don't want you, man. Shit. They get mad. The motherfucking homies get mad at me, bro. All right. Let's get to this last one, man, because we got to keep it rolling, man, because this will go on forever and ever. This one is strictly for you.
The chat's getting it in, man. It's this funny shit.
Let me say this to you. I'm going to say this with all my heart and soul. To this day, and I have not tasted every whiskey in the world. This is Redbreast.
Yeah, man.
This will cost you, when I bought it, about $75, $80. Now it's probably going to cost you about $100 with inflation. There's this whiskey, and there's a whiskey called Uncle Nearest. That there's a story behind the Uncle Nearest and Jack Daniels and all that kind of shit. But just let's focus on this Redbreast right here. This might be the best whiskey I've ever tasted in my life. And then it's every fucking dime. If you like whiskey, if you like to sip, if you like cigars and that kind of thing, you don't even have to like cigars. But I'm telling you, Triple R, this is the best whiskey I have ever tasted, and I've tasted a lot.
Yeah, there is.
Shit.
That's the thing. You got to be at a very specific place, or someplace where you're at the bar and you're looking back and it's like, oh shit, they got Redbreast. Because there's just so many different manufacturers of whiskey that it's like, yeah, you can find, let's say, a 12-year-old, but it may not be the specific kind. And like Irish whiskey is some very smooth stuff, especially the aged.
I think,
and like, man, nice Irish coffee with some Baileys inside coffee, little Irish whiskey.
Here you go, corrupting coffee and shit, man.
Well, you just always just straight shooting it straight. Is that how you drink it?
Dog, this is the best way to drink it. Shooting it.
I mean, some people might enjoy it in rocks, like a Coke, or on the rocks, or just straight up water back. I mean, that's just individual preference, individual taste. Some individuals, I would enjoy it all of the above ways.
My brother, if you've never had whiskey in your coffee, you don't know what you're doing, bro. I'm just saying.
Y'all are corrupting coffee, man.
No. The Irish, it had already corrupted it well before Triple R and I. And why I say that is they make Irish cream, which is for the most part whiskey for your coffee. Like, that's what it is. That's what they made it for.
Cream the myth.
Yeah. but I'm like that's a little bit different. But like specifically whiskey for the
principle.
coffee, they've been doing that for time.
I'm not doing it.
It's good, man. It is good. I swear by it.
On the way to work,
so let me give the real disclaimer for those of you who
no. Listen to what Minister Charles just told you. Trips, go ahead and read that.
When I was
the gout.
Hold on for a second, kids. Hold on.
Okay, when I was certified cigar expert,
hold on.
I only drank the best.
You japped out for a second.
You drink liquor neat, Trips. I'm with it. Okay, like I'm with you.
You know what
if you're talking like I wouldn't put I understand. I wouldn't put a 12-year aged whiskey or scotch in my effing coffee. I'd put an Irish cream in there. That's just what I would do. It works, and it works very well. Or Kahlua, or stuff like that. That's like Kahlua is coffee liqueur, like it really is. And to be frank with you, you mix both of those, you're having a great day at the office.
But now I might
hold on, kid. Trips, I gotta get him. If you drinking liquor in your coffee, you a closet alcoholic. What you doing, man? What you doing drinking liquor that early in the morning?
Hey, man, sometimes it gets hard at work, man.
And sometimes
you want to have a good day at the office. You know what I'm saying?
A little morning nip. You don't want to choke your coworkers. You want
to damn drink the liquor, man. Stop mixing.
Sometimes the wife gets at you early in the morning, and when you get to the office, you little pick me up.
And then you have a cup of coffee, and then
where's Ricky Leahy when you need him?
You just sip on it for the next few hours. You know what I'm saying? Keep your mind right till you get to lunch. You know
I'll be honest with you. So me personally, with stuff like that, I drink, and this is why I was saying beware of the guy. I do stuff like that during the holiday season when I got nothing to do. So on New Year's, almost religiously, on New Year's I get smashed, and then the following day I wake up and I have leftover Kahlua and Bailey's Irish cream, and I mix that in my coffee, and that's just how it is for like the next couple of days to take the edge off from 2 days before.
Yeah. I get what
you type of motherfucker that's adding Red Bull to shit.
Well,
look, that's not crazy though. Like,
no, what you doing, man?
No, Minister has a point. What people are saying is that you don't want to water down the flavor of something that's aged and should be enjoyed as it is aged as it is.
Naked.
Yeah, I get that. I understand that. But you can't tell people to fan how to fan. So if I want to just say have a little midnight milkshake, and I'll put me some ice cream in there with a little cream de menthe, a little Kahlua, and I want to throw me a shot of whiskey in there, mix it all up and enjoy it, I'm going to do that.
Why would you do that to something that's been aged for you for 12 years? Get you some cheap shit.
Because it's going to make that milkshake that much more aged.
I guarantee you get this liquor, and I guarantee you will not want to fuck it up with some coffee.
Yeah, no. He's bang on. If you had like the scrolls are saying he's had some 30-year age Macallan. Macallan's a beautiful drink. You don't want to sully that with anything else
because it's so expensive too.
It's super expensive. You want to sit down and drink that, or like Lafayette. I'm not a fan. My cousin swears by it. I think it tastes like, like that when you accidentally lick like leather, you know what I mean? You lick your leather jacket for some strange reason. It's just what it tastes like to me. It's kind of nasty, but folks swear by it. It's got kind of a smoky profile.
That bottom of the barrel scrape taste.
Yeah, man. I've been to whiskey and scotch tastings, man, and the level of whiskey and scotch you get at these places is so much. You know what I mean? It's so high end. Man.
I got to tell you guys something. Some things, and this is a particular something that is absolutely grown man shit. You got to be a grown ass man to appreciate this. There's several whiskeys out there. Several, you're a bourbon person, cool. You're a Scotch person, cool. But when it comes to whiskey, there's this one, and there's one called Uncle Nearest. That's a conversation to be had about Jack Daniels in a few minutes. But this one right here, man, stop all that bullshit now. Go and grab you a little glass of this, swirl it around, get you a cigar, whatever you want to do, but do not sully this. Do not sully this, man. I'm just telling you right now. You get you some of this, man. Get you some, but do not sully this. This is actually too expensive for me to be selling. I'm going to enjoy every drip drop of this.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, yeah, that savoring special occasion kind of beverage.
Yeah, it is.
You know, whereas some people would be like, "Hey, every day that you above dirt is a special occasion, so you enjoy that shit."
Man, they're giving away shots of Macallan at the liquor store the other day, and I was walking past. It was like a shot of Macallan or like some fruity liqueur. And I looked at the dude. I was like, "What do you think? What do you think I'm gonna pick?" And he just went straight for the Macallan. He poured the Macallan for me. He's like, "There you go, buddy." I was like, "Yeah, what kind of choice is that?" He's like, "I know." So I pound this thing back. I'm like, "Damn, bro! Like, what's the damage on that bottle?" He's like, $200. I'm like, you know, like, I wasn't coming in here to buy like 12 cans of like brew. You know, I'm spending like $25 for sure here today. That's really what I have budgeted out. I might just get some of that, man, you know, but I'll have to take a look at Redbreast and see.
I have to speak to what my man, thank you for this one, for reiterating this one for me, Levante. Uncle Nearest. Now, there's a story behind this. And I'm going to give you a lightweight version of the story because I don't know it completely, but from what I understand, if anybody is a Jack Daniels fan, anybody here is a Jack Daniels fan, I am not. I just don't. It doesn't have anything to do with this Uncle Nearest, but I just don't like the taste of it because the way I was introduced to it was Jack and Coke, and I didn't like the taste, man. Shit was sweet and it was fucking with me, and I don't like it. I didn't even drink cola for a while because of it. But I don't like the taste of Jack Daniels. Now, this Uncle Nearest story, it goes like this, kind of. Uncle Nearest was a long time ago, had a recipe for a liquor and was looking for a patent. And basically, the short story goes, he was beaten out of it, that patent, and what came out of it was Jack Daniels. And that's not unfamiliar for Black people that has history and connections to their ancestry because that's happened a lot of times. Patents were Black people were whipped out of their patents, and I don't mean slaves. Not as a slave. They were free people, but they would beat at the marketplace by people with more money and influence. And
but the actual cook at Jack Daniels, I believe, was a slave, and it was his recipe that put them on the market, something like that. Whereas they were some free men, but a lot of the bedrock Black people were doing making the mash and running the stills, and it was their recipes that turned into these multi-billion-dollar businesses.
See, like
Nero's and all that.
I'm quiet because I'm checking my phone. Y'all go ahead.
I was gonna say like stuff like Apple Crown and that, like that's real good for mixing and stuff. I wouldn't drink it. Yeah. I've tried to drink it straight. It's too sweet for me. It's too much. But
let me ask you a question. Have you had the Uncle Nearest?
I've never had Uncle Nearest before. Is it more of a bourbon?
You like Jack Daniels?
After the third shot, everybody likes Jack Daniels.
Fair enough. So I'll say it like this. I actually, under normal pretenses, can't stand Jack Daniels, but I was introduced to a very specific shot that is Jack Daniels and something called Drambuie. And it's called an ass kicker. And it does exactly that. It gives you a good... and back at Patrick Higgins, man, like an ass kicker or a Jaeger bomb are things that I will have when I walk into a bar. I'll have one or two of those. Yeah.
Well, put it like this: if you're not doing a Jaeger bomb, don't drink Jaeger unless you just want to just do a
Jaeger's
shot.
Same thing with Jack. Same thing with Drambuie. I wouldn't have any of these
things that licorice
by themselves. I wouldn't have any of them by themselves. But a Jaeger bomb, because it's got the Red Bull and Jaeger, it'll keep you up and you're good to go for the night. And then you start to drink. That's how I'll introduce a night. Same thing with an ass kicker. I will have the Jack and Drambuie get the burn going, and I'll start my night.
Well, let's stick to the story here about Uncle Nearest, and thank you, Scrolls, because this is also part of the story.
Fawn Weaver.
The truth. And so for people, and don't take this, anybody that's white watching the show, don't take this personal, because it is not. When it comes to our history and understanding the things that we've gone through to get to where we are and the trauma that comes with it, some of the things are known, some of the things are not. Kids didn't know anything about Uncle Nearest and anything about that story. But the truth about it is also owned by a Black woman. And that Black woman has kept that legacy alive through her ownership of the brand. And I'm just saying, I'm not saying this because it's a Black-owned liquor and a company. I'm saying this because one of my uncles introduced me to it, and he was just like, man, you never had. I was just like, what is it? And he started telling me the story, and so I can recite it to you all. And I'm telling you, it's if you like Jack Daniels, this is like Jack Daniels' fucking uncle that slapped Jack Daniels' little ass to the ground. That's how good this shit is. It's really good. And I don't even like that taste, but that shit is good.
Interesting.
Write that name down, all y'all. I'm a Uncle Nearest.
Uncle Nearest. Next time I have an ass kicker, I will replace it with Nearest and see how they do. I'm sure it'll be just fine. But yes, Levante, definitely an ass kicker. Those two mixed together, it's a good. Yeah, I'm at the bar. You know what I mean? Like that's what you get out of that. Either one of them.
And as we're talking about whiskeys and Irish whiskeys, I decided to get a little nip. So I made a cup of coffee, pour a little something in it. So for those that may be partaking, may you enter the gates of heaven before the devil knows you're dead.
Why in the fuck are you drinking coffee tonight? At night?
Because I'm thirsty.
There's an answer. I used to be like that too, Nomad, but it doesn't he'll be fine. He'll sleep like a baby. I guarantee.
Well, I'm actually got stuff to do, so it's gonna be a long night. But I'm grown and I can have a little nip, whether it be in the morning coffee, afternoon coffee, evening coffee. But when it comes to sleeping, I'm gonna sleep just fine.
You do as you like. That's just foreign to me.
Do what you like.
So Tris is drunk, baby.
Now you got a Bailey's going on. You damn straight. That's what he's doing.
Oh yeah, I remember when I learned about different things where I was. When I learned how to use chopsticks, we were on a family vacation in a restaurant in San Francisco. And that was also the place where my cousin, who was there, let me taste the Irish coffee. And it was like, oh my God, that is delicious. And I've just been a fan of it ever since. So,
it is delicious.
Yeah, it's delicious. I love it.
It is.
And just a little nip in your coffee just gives it that, not a total Irish coffee flavor, but Irish coffee flavor.
Patrick Canuck says, Canuck, I like that setup behind you.
Thank you, sir. Got my things going on my accoutrement, as the French would say. That just means stuff. That's what it means. But yeah, I got my comics and my love for Mike Singletary rocking, and
I'm gonna say this, man. I'm one of those people that doesn't have an easy time sleeping because I have a very creative mind and a busy mind. I have a hard time sleeping most of the time, but I found out, liquor has been a part of my life since I was a college student. But now I know how to use it. I put it in its place, and when it comes time for me to wrap it up for the night, I know how to tie a bow on a present. But what I want to say is, for those people who have that active mind and have that creative mind, I'm gonna tell you right now, most creative people that I know come alive at night. They're nocturnal people. And I would say to you, people that are nocturnal like that, don't run away from it, run to it, and just figure out how to get your balance from there. And
Freaks
so
come out at night. Freaks come out at night.
it got nothing to do with the freaks. No, this is all about creativity and answering the call
No,
of
the
your.
mind freaks, bro, not the freaky deaky freaky
I
deaky.
know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Trips. I'm talking about creativity and how to answer that bell. There's your creativity saying to you, poking you and prodding you and saying, be creative right now. Don't
Well,
look
I
at
think,
it as something that's wrong with you.
also that way everybody has their own clock and are on their own cycles, so to speak. So some people may find it that as soon as you get out of bed, it's like, oh, I can do this, and this. Very creative, being very creative because I'm very well rested. Or, it's like, hey, 2 a.m, hey, I can knock, this out and be more creative. It's like wherever your rhythm tells you to be creative, you do that shit and be creative. And so it's about that frequency that Nomad talks much about, throughout the universe, and listening to your own body's frequencies will dictate, what spices you like or don't like, what liquors you can or shouldn't drink. And like maybe Nomad should try at night should try indica like CBD or some THC kind of product. And if you would like to talk about us sponsoring products here at the Nomad Network, at Keds of Canuck, or at Sports Chicago Style, please do contact us at what's the email, Nomad?
Once the website is out,
Just email. Just give me the email.
well, I'm not doing that right now because got a plan. Got a plan for that.
All
Anyway,
right, so get at us in the comments and we'll get back to you. And we'll have Nomad, let's say, try an indica product in the evening and see if his mind slows down. Or we will have Keds try a sativa paste product in the morning to have his mind operates as his mind normally operates, because that's what he enjoys with his coffee, a nice sativa. Good morning, Keds.
Good morning. Yes.
Let me turn this car, because any last thoughts about Irish whiskey and the whiskey thing?
Well, I'll just say it's good for everyone. I'm by no means an alcoholic. I never will be. I do a very good job to stay.
Never say never.
No, I won't. I'm the child of an alcoholic, and I drink, but very infrequently. So if I drink, I have a good time. I enjoy a drink. I might have a quick drink here and there, but I'm not a frequent drinker. My stomach will not allow it, and my past won't. So to those of you who suffer from that, we get it. Do what you can to avoid it. For those of you who don't, this is a fantastic drink, as per just about every Irish whiskey there is. Whiskeys can be made in different types of barrels and things along those lines, different casks, they call them, with different levels of peat. There's all sorts of differences between them, which provide different levels of flavor.
Wait, hold on, Ken. Do you know what that means, Nomad?
I'm just trying to spin past this so we can get.
Wait, no, but do you know what that means?
What means?
Well, like when he says like the different barrels that you make the whiskey in, you let it age in, is the same thing as the different woods when you smoke meats.
Yep. Very, very great comparison. Is quite similar to that.
I toured a Kentucky bourbon factory that had aged barrels and seen how they made them and sold the contract to them, sent people from Georgia to Tennessee to work in those factories. Yeah, I know it. Cool.
But yeah, just layering that out for the rest of the folks here, for the No Maniacs. Long story short, Irish whiskey's good stuff across the board. That's all I got to say.
They happen to be honest with you, my favorite whiskey brand. Irish people make, to me.
Now, do you order this in the store, or do you have to order it online?
You can go right in the store, man.
Because I've never seen this brand in the local markets.
Ask for it. They might have it in behind some glass or something.
Yeah, he's probably
behind the
right.
glass. I don't know how to
Probably behind
afford
the
all
glass.
that. Behind the glass. Shit.
Yeah, you gotta ask for it. I mean, you might find it on a shelf somewhere if you got a
Oh,
big.
okay. Red breast. Okay, I gotta remember that name.
I'm telling you, it is the truth. I can't wait till I get my next one because I'm hogging that shit. My girlfriend likes it too.
No
Oh,
carbs.
I'm
no
hogging that.
jerseys.
She getting a glass. That's it.
But
No
wait a
jer-
minute. Shouldn't you enjoy that she enjoys it? If you know what I'm talking about, enjoyment.
Hey, man, we got all kinds of other shit for that.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Now that's a
I'm
whole nother
enjoying this. This is some
pops.
like I don't even like liquor, bro. I don't like liquor at all. But this particular brand sits well with me and my chemistry, and the taste of it is so smooth. Like I can probably get a shot of this. Like any other liquor besides Patron or some tequila, I can't drink it straight, but I can sip this.
Really?
Yeah,
So
I can't fucking drink liquor
I'm
without
about
throwing
to
it up.
ask you. So, like, so have you ever found any rums that you can sip?
No,
Rums? No.
never,
Okay.
not one.
Give me a
I've
minute.
tried that many rums though.
Give me a minute, and I'll tell you. Like, I will recommend one of the best sipping rums that I've ever had. It's from Haiti, and there it is. Babancourt. Babincourt.
Spell that in English.
Barbancourt. I'm gonna throw this in the chat.
Yeah, throw it in the private chat. We'll get to it.
This is fantastic stuff. My good Haitian buddy, I was in Montreal. He hooked me up with some of this on my birthday, and we sat and watched my son play football and drank this stuff straight out the bottle. He had himself some Coke. I was full keto at the time. I was not drinking Coca-Cola. So I was just drinking Babincourt, and goodness me, smooth, great rum.
Hey
So
kids,
there's
one
Babincourt.
time, and we gotta move and swerve to the Chicago Bears conversation. We are 2 hours into the show. And
Damn.
thank y'all for staying around and hanging around with us, man. We about
Big
to
up,
get into
y'all.
the Bears. It's kind of late, but we getting into it, but we'll get it done. When I was in Jamaica, stopped on the side of the road as we were being couriered to our hotel. We stopped probably about 5 or 6 times. And somewhere around the third or fourth stop, we stopped to get something, and somebody poured me a thing of rum, a little shot of rum in a little bitty solo cup, a little bitty shot. Come on, man. You're trying to get me right, trying to prime me to have a good time. That's what they do in Jamaica, man. They want you to have a great time. That's what I love about that.
And they poured you rum?
They poured me in a little bitty white solo
And a
cup.
spliff.
Little bitty white solo cup. That came later. But man, I tried to sip it. I just put a little bit on my tongue, and I was just like, no, they're just laughing at me.
Yeah.
They were laughing at me.
I know what they gave you. I'm shaking my head. It's like they tried to entice you with the rum. Like, that's crazy.
Man, that shit it smelled good. It didn't even stink.
Smell good.
Yeah, it did.
How are you
no.
supposed to drink it down there? Sip it or shoot it?
You didn't get it. You didn't
Supposed
get
to
a
shoot
good enough. You didn't get a good enough whiff of that. That's so they're testing you with. So
Trying to
Ray
see
Nephew's rum
what
is
kind of hair you
ubiquitous.
got on your balls.
So Ray Nephew's rum is ubiquitous. It is everywhere on the island. You can't miss it. They make it. It's you. And when I say ubiquitous, you go to the store and buy that for like $6 US. You know what I mean? Like, and it's a punch in the face. That's how it's Jamaican overproof rum. It's everywhere, and that's why they're like, hey, like
I drank some of it. I drank some of it later, kids.
I want to, man. I wish I had this. I saw the dopest clip with just this homie. This homie's drunk, and he just came up with his own track for Jamaican rum. It was beautiful. He's pouring rum for the homies and all that. But I'm telling you, this rum is so powerful. You don't want to sip that,
man. Listen, when you there, and I got to get this off the screen, man, so we can quit talking about liquor because we can go on for on and on and on and get this on the screen. But I'm telling you, when I'm in Jamaica, dog. They know it's like they have submitted to the fact that people come here to get fucked up, and that's their goal. Get fucked up, and they trying to get you started right there as you go into the damn place. But here we go, Chicago Bears conversation. Listen, let's do this, kids and trips. Let's focus on one player at a time. I know seeing all this list on here is gonna make your mind go all over the place. Let's work on. Let's start with Jaquan Brisker and let's stay there, and then we'll move on.
What? Me? Me?
Who?
Yeah,
What?
Jaquan Brisker. So, I don't sweat DNPs on a Wednesday. It's really where I am. So I need for him to play. I need for him to play this week. About that simple.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get
up.
Oh, I'm sorry. You done?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get Kwani B out there healthy to contribute. Like it's Wednesday, it's early. He's been dealing with a back issue, but now the injury listed is a shoulder issue. So are they related? Are they different things? It's week 12 now, so everybody's kind of dinged up. But we need our strong safety out there on game day. So we hope that we see him out there, Thursday, Friday game day.
Well, I got a little bit more controversial of a take. Levante, brace yourself. And it doesn't have anything to do with this injury report. It just has something to do with the pressure that Ben Johnson had today and him talking about what's going to happen when Kyler comes back, what's going to happen when Jalen comes back. And you got a certain absolute liking for CJ Gardner Johnson. And what are you going to do with that situation? I think Courtney Cronin asked the question. And from his response, it led me to believe that there's two universes here that could happen. One is Jaquan Brisker splitting time with CJ Gardner Johnson at safety. That's one. The second one is they play more dime packages. That means you put extra DBs on the field and you play coverage for a lot. Those are the two worlds I'm looking at when I heard Ben Johnson say, hey, that's a guy we want to have on the field.
So in both those words, you're talking about less Kwani B on the field.
No.
Hmm?
No.
No? Well, that's what I was getting out of that.
I mean, me too. That's what I thought you were going.
If Jaquan Brisker is hurt, let me start all over. But
let me rephrase that. I'm hearing more CD Deuce, and that's gonna detract from Kwani B time. That's what I'm hearing.
I'm pointing to that area. And my answer to it is if in the world where you want to make sure that Jaquan Brisker is on the field and CJ Gardner Johnson is on the field, you play more dime coverage. What is the dime coverage? Several defensive backs in coverage. And you got tackling defensive backs. They're playing extra linebacker roles. You can a coordinator like Dennis Allen can use that to his advantage, and you play them heavy in the run game. So if you got both of those two guys on the field, this is where I would tell everybody listening to my voice right now to pay attention to. If you see CJ Gardner Johnson on the field at a safety role and Jaquan Brisker off, then everything I'm telling you is kind of coming to life. With Kyler Gordon on the field and Jalen Johnson on the field. So that'll tell you a lot.
So yeah, that's CD Deuce taking Kwani B minutes, reps. And like the comment here, no way they're running more dime with this run defense. I would think that would be in more pass conducive downs, pass, long and distance downs.
Well, there's another way to look at that, Minister Charles. If you have physical tackling, block shedding defensive backs that can help you in the run game, I can see them playing more dime defense. And that's both of their traits.
Yeah, they actually do. That's interesting.
That's Jaquan Brisker. I'm just telling you right now. I'm not saying he's having a bad season, but I think they favor CJ right now.
Well, that may just be what they call recency bias. The fact is, I still haven't heard about any level of extension for Jaquan Brisker. That is a conversation yet to occur. So we'll see what actually happens as we go. But yes, what you're saying is a possibility. The real question right now is how far away is that Kyler Gordon situation? And he's down in the chat. Well, I guess we'll get deeper into that on this injury report.
Yeah, short term.
Another quick way to look at it before you go, Trish. Another quick way to look at it is when you still have a banged up. You got to bang up Tyreek Stevenson. We'll get to him in a minute. Then trying to supplement these players. And when Kyler comes back, he's on the practice field now. Jalen comes back. What do you do with Kyler if you like CJ at slot? Let's just say they leave him at slot and they want to move Kyler elsewhere. Then you got a whole other situation to deal with there.
Yeah. That's a thing too. But I was just going to say before we can move on to Kevin Byard that short term quantity.
Before you do that, now come on.
No, let's finish on quantity B. I was saying before we move on.
You got any last thoughts on quantity? I'll move it.
Well, no, I was just giving them, and then you can go ahead and take it. Is that short term? We see that this is a win now move, having CD Deuce over, let's say, Quantity B on the depth chart, just on the field more because they like his game more or whatever the case may be. And long term, it doesn't, bode well for his contract, status with the team if they prefer the old dude, on the 1-year deal versus extending the young fella. So yeah, it's a twofold thing that we're looking at, like the in-season effects and the long-term contract effects. So it's like, yeah, neither one of them is good. So the more he's on the field, the better.
Good problem to have, I think.
No. You want the rookie. You want the young man to excel, exceed, and get an extension and be your long-term answer at that position. That's what you want. If that's not what's happening, and it may not be, because again, he gets them concussions pretty regularly. He has problems staying on the field. If that's not what happens, we do have a great guy, right? We do have C.D. Johnson to fit the bill, and in my opinion, he's probably good for another 2 years. So we'll see what happens across the board.
Last thing, let's see what happens. I think Jalen and I don't know that Jalen's going to be ahead of Kyler getting back on the field. I think people are saying his highlights are looking good and his workouts are looking good. But until I see him in uniform out there and he has a full practice, when I see a full practice, and I know Jalen Johnson is going to get back on the field. Until now, I haven't seen that.
So wait, are we done Jaquan Brisker?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go to the next one. Okay. And we're just talking about the mixture that might happen if CJ Gardner-Johnson is a bigger figure to them with Jaquan Brisker on the field. I'm seeing some stuff with Jaquan Brisker on film that leads me to believe at times he's leaking, but at times he's real, real strong, but inconsistent at best. I'm just glad he's healthy.
Yeah.
So I'm going there before I go to Kevin Byard, man. I think there's a quandary going on right there, and that's the best thing I can say right now is a quandary.
Understood.
All right, let's get to Kevin Byard, who I think is the best safety in fucking football, and I will continue to say that. I said that when we got him, and I'm saying it now. What do you guys think about him getting a DNP?
Well, his injury status is listed as NIR, which is injury related, right? So he's fine. He just needs some rest, as it says there in brackets. I'm good with it. He might be the best safety in football right now. Wish I could argue with any of those statements. He's leading the league in interceptions, to my understanding, and just keep that type of trajectory up, and it will, it'll lead us into great places. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, and I believe that Kids has been adamant, and I was kind of sure too that Byard had been extended by Ryan Poles during the season,
Can't
but it
just
looks
wrong.
like that he has not.
Yeah.
So
I
he
found that
will be a
information.
free agent after the season, but he's playing right now. Like he's earned another contract now. The length of the contract, 1 year. The Bears or a team may want to offer him 1 year, but if obviously at his age, his camp will probably want 2 years to maximize his value as long as he can. But he's playing, lights out. He will come up and run support. He's not the biggest hitter, but he'll make a tackle. He's okay in coverage. There's been confusion between him and cornerbacks, but generally he's in the right place, and he's leading, the league in sacks. So he has that ball instinct, ball hawkishness that is still there at his age. So giving him a Wednesday off, throughout the week here at this time, no problem whatsoever. And he has earned, another at least year or two extension.
I don't do this very many times, but Trips, I got to check you right here at 2 places. You said he's okay in coverage and he's okay at tackling. And I'm telling you right now, he's an ace in both. A fucking ace. He's the perfect safety.
Okay.
Absolute perfect safety. If they don't get his ass re-signed in the offseason, something's wrong. They need to pay that man. They need to pay that man.
I cannot argue with that sentiment at all. And the facts to me is Ryan Poles missed out on a real awesome opportunity to lock down a player that has been ascending all season. Earlier you lock him down, the less you got to pay. Now you're gonna have to pay some good money for a guy who just turned the ball over. Just scored 5 takeaways and is probably headed to the Pro Bowl this year, right? You have to pay good money.
If the fact that they haven't got him paid right now is to the detriment of Chicago Bears.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, but just from playing it out, could it be his camp holding it out? It's like, damn, look at the season you having, big dog. We're gonna maximize this potential, so we're not gonna, take a low ball offer, from the Bears. We're gonna hit that market to see what we can get.
As he should.
The market. I don't think he hits
the market, but he should be raising the ante.
He has to. At this point, you have, what I mean? You have a track record. You have all the things that you need. You have a claim. And if, again, he winds up in the Pro Bowl, these are the things that track record, Pro Bowl, check, equals money. You paid me $7 million, $15 million for a 2-year. Wouldn't be in my best interest to take the exact same contract this time around. Now, would it? I like a 2-year.
That it might be his last contract.
It might be my last contract. So, I'll do a 2-year, but let's make it $10 million a season. Give me a couple million extra over top, and maybe 25.
How old do y'all think Kevin Byard is?
30.
I believe he's 32.
The way he's playing right now, y'all think that's going to be whatever his contract is? You think it's going to be his last one?
Well, Father Time is undefeated.
Well,
he is.
That's so 34-year-old safety. I mean,
have you known him to miss a game?
Well, that ain't it, bro. But if he gets hurt, if he gets significantly hurt at the age he's at, come on now.
Would right now.
The conversation we're having now, see Grady Jarrett, right? So we came into the season saying, how old is he? He's 32.
I think all right, let me cut.
How long would you say?
Let me cut the bullshit.
How much you think he had left in the tank?
I think he's worth a 2-year, anywhere between. I think he's worth $15 million a year.
So 2 years for 30?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
$15 million a year.
You're securing your back end like a motherfucker. Hell yeah.
And how much of that guaranteed?
You give him as much as you can up front to get him in the contract.
They don't have that kind of books.
Would you approve that as the account?
Before we get all into all that contract, man, look, we ain't going down that road. I'm just giving you my opinion. He's worth to be signed immediately. And I don't think anybody disagrees with that. They can figure out the books on their own.
But at this point, Kevin Byard, does he want to sign right now? Does he want to wait to the end of the season?
I think at this point, I think his ante is going up. And if they wanna fuck around and haggle with the shit, it's on them. But it's to their advantage to get this guy on the books. That's it. And before we move to Tremaine Edmonds, any last things about Kevin Byard before we do that? We ain't finna get into no contract negotiation. Fuck that.
No, he's awesome. Love Kevin Byard. I hope he's healthy. Looks like he's gonna be healthy. We're gonna need him this week.
All right, Trips.
No, I'm good.
All right, Tremaine. We know what that is. A DMP. He's just trying. That groin. Anytime it comes down to a soft tissue injury, kind of like, okay, what's going on with that? But that might be just something they label to get him a rest day. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I didn't see anything in the game that made me like, okay, worry about Tremaine Edmonds.
I'm trying to remember if he went out. Did he go out in the game at any point?
Not that I saw.
I don't think so, man.
I don't think so either.
I think he'll be fine. I just have to say it like that. I think he'll be fine. The only reason I'm a little bit worried is just because both him and TJ are ailing, and TJ's ailing in a big way that we have to take into consideration.
I think that's where we ought to go right now, and that's, I don't know, out of all the people on here, that's probably my biggest concern.
Well, I would be more than happy to let TJ sit out this week against the Steelers to recoup. He had hand surgery as well as that hamstring issue that he had. So, excuse me. Being that it's a short week before the Eagles game on Black Friday, just let TJ chill, get him right so he's not forcing the issue. Whereas Tremaine Edmonds, I think is just more of a rest precautionary thing, that maybe he got a little twinge, a little soreness. So they're just letting him rest it up. But out of those two, I would prefer that TJ, took the precaution, as he's got multiple things that he's been dealing with throughout the season.
I gotta agree with that.
Yeah.
But the only reason I have pause is I'm gonna skip over Grady. I'm gonna circle Grady and come back to that and go down to Noah Sewell, who's got an elbow. I know
Grady's just he's just resting, man. We
got to come back to that because I got some words for him.
Okay.
But Noah Sewell having the elbow, I saw him get a little. Is it just me, or did I see him get a little nicked up in that game?
Yeah, he went out and he was back in, and he went out and he was back in. I don't know which of that was because of him being a little nicked up or because of what the personnel grouping on the defense was. But he wasn't all in there the whole time.
So, question: was it just DeMarco Jackson out there, or did Ruben Hippolyte see the field? I don't remember. Trip.
I don't remember seeing Hungry Hippo at all.
Ruben didn't get out there. It was all DeMarco Jackson.
Okay, I see where you're headed here. That I'm a little bit more worried here now because all the starting linebackers are hurt in some capacity. That's not good.
Well, they did sign a linebacker, but he's more for special teams. And I hope his name is Jalen reeves-maybin.
Oh yeah.
He's probably about a 7-8 year pro, somewhere in that neighborhood. I don't know if I'm right or wrong with that, but he's been in the league for a while. And, I think that's more for special teams. And I hope that signing is more to get Austin Booker off of special teams. I don't want to see Austin Booker on special teams. I think he's rounding out into a really good edge rusher, and that's a conversation to be had for that in a minute. But we did sign that player, Jalen reeves-maybin. He's a linebacker, but particularly he's a special teams kind of demon. And so we've had special teams problems recently. I don't know exactly where those special teams problems lie, and maybe I should look at that a little bit more, but I'm so busy looking at the offense and the defense, I cannot tell you with a qualified statement that I know exactly what the problem is on the special teams. But that signing signaled to me that they needed some help on the special teams. Go ahead, kids.
I'm just thinking about it. I don't know if there is there has been problems with special teams. Like, don't get me wrong, but then Devin Duvernay burst out on something semi schemed. Apparently, it was something they've been working on, and he burst out, got some real good yardage in the more or less game winning play. So if we can see a little bit more of that, I'll be happy. I'm just not sure how impactful this the general special teams player will be on special teams. If the result is no more Austin Booker on special teams, I'm fully for that, because that's how he got hurt in the first place.
You know what special teams are all about? Either getting on your blocks and maintaining them, or getting off your blocks and not letting that guy hold you. That's all special teams is about. Getting to your assignment. After that, okay, you got this gap. You make sure that you stay at this yard radius. If let's just say you're somebody that's running right down the seam. Right down the seam. You got a certain angle that you need to get to, so that when that receiver gets the ball, that he sees you and he's going to cut that ball inside. You already done your job. To get the tackle is an extra. That's how it goes on special teams. But if you can't get off that block, and you've shown that on tape that you can't get off that block, guess what they're going to do? They're going to cut it back your direction and run it right at you. Special teams, that's all it's about, man.
Yeah. And being that, Maybin signed, he's not a returner, so he's a gunner, he's a blocker, whatever it is that they have to do, he can do. But it looks like the linebacker position, as Kez mentioned, between Edmonds, Edwards, and Sewell, all of the starting linebackers are dinged up. So we've seen a lot more DeMarco Jackson than we have of Hippolyte this season, who's still a rookie and being merged in. But the special teams, the back end of the roster has been churned over to the point where it looks like Richard Hightower, special team coach, has had his unit decimated in and out between Roshan, between Amen, between Homer. All those guys have been hurt, and those are his core guys, Blackwell. So the guys that are filling in maybe haven't been up to the task as much, or haven't had the experience, whatever the case is. But the final play there that freed up Duvernay, that set up the game-winning field goal by Santos, was a nice cutback by him, but a nice lane because of the blocking. Now, was that schemed up, or has it been being schemed up and not executed? Don't know. Who does all 22 of special teams? Obviously not Nomad. So, he doesn't even think kickers are part of the team, so he ain't doing all 22 special teams.
I don't need to do that kind of all 22 because
on the returns, though, not returns specifically, but why did that Duvernay return work as opposed to not having any other of the returns pop like that this season?
Because it worked. I'm going to tell you, because it worked that time and not other times. It's not that they didn't have that plan in place before and try to execute that plan. It's not that. It's just that it worked this time. That's it. There ain't nothing colorful. There's nothing nuanced about that. The plan worked this time.
And no penalties.
That's it. There ain't nothing nuanced about that. The guy, Trips, I did hear you talking shit about the man, the special teams coordinator last week, and I told you then, that ain't got nothing to do with him.
Well,
he got shit to do with him.
The buck stops with him.
Either the guys on the field execute the plays, or they don't, and they haven't been thus far. And that play worked this time. It's not that hasn't been in the rotation the entire time. It's been there. They just worked it out this time, and they needed that play, and whatever they did in the huddle and say, hey, man, we got to have this one. Make sure you stay on it. Whatever it was. it worked this time. That's all it was to it. A special teams coach will get fired for no good reason other than he doesn't have the personnel to execute the plan. That's it.
He
But
wouldn't be the first.
let's get back to Grady Jarrett. Now, I gotta say this, and I'm gonna ask everybody that's listening to the show right now and watching the show, and I'm gonna ask you two guys too. Watch and monitor the next game when we play the Steelers. Look and see if you see Grady Jarrett with a brace on his knee. And if you don't, trust me when I tell you, this motherfucker is about to get down. Something I've noticed watching the tape, watching him play, and just like, what is it? He's definitely laboring that knee. I think it's the right knee. But when he doesn't have that brace on, and I think because they've given him a lot of reps off the field and keeping him out of practice a whole lot and giving him time to get that knee together, I think this is the game that I've seen that he didn't have the brace on. I don't think I've seen it at all. And he balled. When I tell you I saw Grady Jarrett, I saw in Atlanta, that's the Grady Jarrett that we paid for. That dude deserves props. I know it happened this late in the season or this halfway point in the season, but obviously he needed that time. But this tape was the Grady Jarrett I know.
Muted, kids.
I'm not really muted. I
Oh.
don't have much to say about this. We're gonna have to keep an eye on Grady. Hopefully he continues that level of effort that you're putting forward. And hopefully he's not hurt. But it seems like it's just a rest day for him. So that's all I got for this.
Yeah, and as I think I said a few weeks back that because of Grady being dinged up ever since the offseason, basically training camp, that the investment that Poles made in his contract hasn't been fruitful. But now, as Grady has seemed to be healing up a little bit with that knee injury, he was a hell of a lot more active last week. So as long as he can keep getting healthy and remain that way, he can be a difference maker for the remainder of the season, the second half of the season, if you will. So now just giving him the days off is fine. He'll be maybe participating in a walkthrough Friday, but the game is at home, so there's no travel necessary. And it doesn't matter who the quarterback is for Pittsburgh, whether it's Aaron or who is it, Mason Rudolph. I think that Grady has the opportunity to be disruptive in the middle of the field if he still projects the way that he has been in the recent few weeks.
All right. I'll tell you what, kids, do me a favor. We've talked about everybody down to Noah Sewell. Anybody beneath Noah Sewell that really piques your interest, Tyler Gordon, anybody, Tyreek, go ahead and start a conversation with it. Let's just talk about
it. Well,
I got one for you, kids.
All right.
Tyreek Stevenson. His not original, but his first injury was his shoulder. He got banged up. But I see that now he's limited because he has a hip and a calf issue, neither of which is the shoulder. So
yeah,
it looks
he was
like
limping
Mr. Stevenson is a little beat up.
He was limping. He limped his way through the previous game. Let's be honest, man. Really, the attrition in the secondary it really sucks. But yeah, he worked his way through last game after injuring the calf/hip. I don't know if that's going to look better. I assume it's probably bruised. I don't know if a bruise like that heals up over the course of a week, maybe, but doubtful. I have a strange feeling he may not play, and we need as much help in that secondary as we can get.
What are we talking about, Tyreek?
We are talking about Tyreek.
Okay.
But could that help coming back? Which one, kids? Kyler Gordon or Jalen Johnson, the better chance to play?
So right now, in my opinion, I think the one who's got the better opportunity to play is probably actually Jalen Johnson. He if you can get a full practice in this week, maybe we can get him back on the field. I would just like to think that we might not have a huge drop off from Jalen. That's just my thoughts on this. Jalen is more of a skill player. Here's the facts. There will be like potential for re-injury though. Right. I'll put that out there. I don't think we'll see the huge drop off in play that we saw with Kyler Gordon, or that we kind of have also seen with Tariq Stevenson a little bit since his original injury. So I'm hoping we can get some access to Jalen Johnson.
My thoughts are this. I don't know what to think about Jalen Johnson. Maybe he is almost ready. Maybe he's not. I haven't seen him on the field in practice yet. I haven't seen any images of Jalen Johnson in practice, but I haven't gone out of my way to go find them either. Mm-hmm. And so who I have seen on the field in practice is Kyler Gordon. And I don't know. I just don't know.
You realize there's like a reason for that, right?
Of course there's a reason for everything, but I'm just telling you, once a guy suits up and gets out there in practice, that's more realistic to who's going to be on the field and who's not. They ain't going to just take Jalen Johnson from the training room and put him on the fucking field. I guarantee you that.
Sorry. Coughing a little bit over here. The Kyler thing is that his IR stint is over. So they have to bring him back. Like, he has to be on the field.
Or he gets put on like permanent IR, right?
Permanent IR for the rest of the season, and he's gone. So they have to bring him back and allow him to work his way through. Now, Jalen, the expectation was he was probably going to be gone for the rest of the season. The fact that he's back early is interesting. So we'll see who actually winds up on the field. If either one of these guys do, I honestly don't expect them to see the field until the following week, maybe 2 weeks from now.
I'm glad you said it like that, because there's a lot of people that just expecting really. I can't believe people were really believing that Jalen was going to be on the field last week.
Well, I see. Yeah, I had no expectation of that. That was just crazy talk. But again, like, if he can get a couple of days practice, like at least one full practice in this week, there's potential for it. And I would just sort of say I don't expect to see a huge drop off in play from him. He's not the fastest guy. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain things about Jalen Johnson that you can count on.
Kids, remember when Tripp asked me, he was just like, hey, if we got, who was it? Asante Samuel, who hasn't played football for like 9 months or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
How long will it take for him to be football ready? And when Trips asked me that, remember when I told him about 3 weeks, right?
Yeah.
The 21-day practice window is just that. It's that window you open up. You've been away from football. You've been doing all kinds of other shit, training and doing all kind of rehab. But now here's your window to get into football shape. And let's see where you go from here. And so I don't expect Jalen Johnson to come out of a 21-day football window in 14 days. I don't. Really? I just don't.
Well, here, let me add a layer onto that before you go, kids, and then Nomad, you marinate on that and go after kids. I'm gonna pose a question, and no maniacs, y'all chime in too. How does the health, namely of the defensive backs we're talking about, specifically the cornerbacks of Gordon, Jalen Johnson, and Tyreek Stevenson? Now we have this game Sunday versus Pittsburgh. But then Friday, Black Friday versus the Eagles. So that there's a very short turnaround. So you can't have all of these guys playing the same amount of reps, in these back-to-back games. So if you have to manage the amount of playing time for each of these corners for the next 2 games, how do you do that?
Easy peasy. Easy peasy. You sprinkle in the guys that are just coming off the injury list. and you use your guys that have been out there and been playing the season. Simple. You take them off. You take them off. That's it. There ain't much more to talk about.
So against which team or both?
And who has the win is the question you should ask. Who's got the wind? Who's been playing? Who's been playing okay? Are we hurting somewhere? Did somebody get injured? Is somebody not living up to expectation? Do we have to put you in the game?
I mean, do we want to hurt Stevenson or hurt Johnson or hurt Gordon versus a healthy McLeod?
Man, I have nothing else to say about that, man.
What do you think, Ed?
I don't know, right? Like, I'm not sure if you want to sacrifice or put these guys in a situation where, again, they could re-injure themselves, much like Kyler Gordon did when they rushed him back into the lineup the last time around. I don't know what you do here, man. You might just want to wait, but I don't know, man. I don't feel that we're in a real situation of desperation unless Tariq Stevenson can't play this weekend. If Tariq can't play this weekend, I don't know what you do. Like, maybe he is actually injured and might be injured for a couple of weeks. That bodes negatively across the board. And that's sort of my real thoughts here.
Kids, if I'm coming off of, if I'm Kyler or Jalen, let's just say Jalen. Let's say Jalen. People think Jalen's going to come back before Kyler. And let's just play that role right there. And we're going to get out of this conversation. But if I'm dressed for this game, and let's just say we're going to leave Nashawn Wright out there as the starter, but at times we're going to put you in the game and blase Skippy. Let's just say you start playing a little bit better. Nashawn Wright gets a little banged up. All I'm trying to tell you is, at that level of conditioning, you don't want that kind of pressure on you. Not only do you not want it, the coaches don't want to put that kind of pressure on you because they know you don't have the lungs. But if you have to go out and play it, now you really got your back against the wall because you're playing at a disadvantage. But something in you keeps you in the game and keeps you competing and keeps you wanting to go out there and try to make plays. And that's unfortunate. You don't want to put that kind of stress on a guy if you don't have to. That's the point. You don't want to have to stress that guy out when you don't have to. And you got other guys that are playing at least adequate. You don't want to fuck with that.
And I'm actually, as much as I'm not a big Nick McLeod fan, like, I'll just say that out loud, I have to agree with that sentiment. I would probably wait. Here's what I would do, really. I definitely wouldn't start any of these Kyler or Jalen. Like, the only reason I would start Jalen again is if Tyreek is down. If Tyreek is down, yeah, fine, I'll put you out there. Don't kill yourself.
Kids, add to that, CJ is just now getting into shape. Remember that.
Yeah.
He's just now getting. What has he been here? 3 weeks?
About that.
Yeah, he's
CJ been in shape, man.
No, he hasn't. Not like football.
Yes,
shape.
he's been. Yes, he went through.
Well, he's getting in better football shape.
But
because remember when he first got here, he was deployed mostly for blitzes. While he learned the system, while he got in shape, and then the last few weeks he's been more in the coverage, a little bit more in the coverage, but still heavy in the blitzes. So that's a defense getting comfortable with, as well as building into shape at the same time.
Absolutely.
I thought he was in football shape, man, because
he was on the couch, baby boy. How you gonna be in football shape on the couch?
Well, he was playing for Baltimore before.
Been trying to tell you that, man. There's people that stay in shape, and then there's people that play and get in football shape. There's a huge. I don't like sitting here telling y'all. Like,
I'm just saying he wasn't away from Baltimore that long, was he?
Let me explain something to you. He was not playing until you go out there and play on the field and go in and play out, down in and down out. You were not in football shape.
That's a fair comment. All right, okay, I'll accept that.
Period. There's a big difference. A guy on the
He
practice
may
squad.
be able to run some 40-yard sprints, and all that, but that's different than running in the game, covering dudes, tackling dudes, and all that.
Let's just say I'm C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I come to the Bears. They sign me, and they put me out there in week 1, like they did, right? I'm praying to God after about, let's just say they had an extended series. Let's just say the first series. I don't know. I can't remember how it went, but let's just say they had an 11 play series, and somewhere around 6 or 7. Even though CJ will never tell you this, trust me when I tell you, he's just like, I pray to God they don't throw this motherfucker at me because his ass is burning up on the interior.
I love the hot.
God, man, I know what it feels like, and I don't like to put myself out there like I know better than you because I did it, but I do know that, man. I absolutely do know that, and I know what it feels like to be that burn, and I know what it feels like to have free lungs. It's a difference, man.
Well, he's not a defensive back, but imagine getting that harsh ganja kids, that real harsh for the first time, that first inhale.
It's definitely harder to run a 40 after that. I can attest.
All right, I tell you what,
wait, are we leaving this?
Unless you want to talk about something else.
One more. Can we get a shout out for the warrior mentality and beast mode that Darnell Wright goes into?
I was just gonna say.
Let's talk about it.
He's limited here with a, let's say, what is that, pectoral? But he's had an elbow issue. He played against Max Crosby one-armed and kept Max in check. So the time off that Darnell Wright needs, let him get it because he is progressing and becoming a Pro Bowl type player.
Yep. No, I mess around. I say like maybe he wasn't the right guy. Maybe we should have picked Jalen Carter. I mess around and say that all the time.
Shout out to Kevin 8216 who just popped up in this beat for the first time.
Big ups to him as well as Bears Capo and King Jeremy too. That being said, the way that Darnell Wright has been playing this season, quite frankly, leaves me without a shadow of a doubt about who should have been selected in that particular draft. He is stonewalling Brian Burnses of the world. He's ragdolling them, and I'm impressed by what I see, especially in the run game. Like, he's great in the passing game for sure, but in the run game, holy smokes,
nasty.
Oh man, disgusting! Just
pancakes
all over. He's serving them up with fresh maple syrup straight from
extra
Canada.
butter.
You know what I'm saying? Bodies are flying out there, and it's courtesy of Darnell Wright. Have to give this man a whole bunch of. Still should have drafted Jalen Carter. Sorry. Okay, so you're with my previous take. Fair enough. I'm just saying, man, this guy, he's moving bodies, man. He's putting bodies on the floor, and he's truly almost, well, I can't say single-handedly. There's a lot to be said about the guy who stands right beside him, who's playing fantastic football as well. But we're talking about Darnell Wright. End of the day, I hope this pectoral situation isn't major. I hope he can get around that and get himself on the field this week and work through it because, man, his impression is felt every week.
I gotta make this. I gotta shorten this trip, and kids, y'all gotta forgive me for this, but we got a bunch of content to get to, and I'm starting to get the feeling that even though people love the Bears conversation, they know we're gonna be spot ass on when we start talking about it, and I know people still love it, but I think there's a lot of people waiting in the wings for us to get to some of this other stuff. It's weird today because I'm starting to notice that. But there's a couple of other things I need to point out real quick, and I'm just going to throw them into a little combo. 2 players in particular that need to be fucking spoken to, and that is, again, for the second week in a row. Well, not the second week in a row. He's been playing well for the last 4 or 5 weeks. Jonah Jackson has been balling. You understand me? Balling.
That's
Number
what I was
one.
talking about just now.
Number two is JTS, as Trips calls it, Tryon Shoyinka. Even though the stats don't show up on the sheet.
I didn't see him on the field.
Oh, dog, this motherfucker, like, the more and more I see, like, there's a player or two that really sticks out in my mind when I start thinking about the All-22 when they had him and Booker across from each other. Whoo! The suddenness of them two getting off the ball. Shoyinka is, there's a short that I put out that me, Trips, and Bishop did the live broadcast when we were doing the trade deadline. I don't know, Trips, if you remember this conversation, but you didn't really know that much about Shoyinka, and me and Bishop was kind of filling in the blanks. And one of us said that, man, he's a more polished version of Austin Booker. Man, dude, let me tell you something. I see it. I hope that God they re-sign him. But I just want to give him a special shout out and want to really amplify how well Jonah Jackson has been playing, man. He's been a boss out there, man.
Man, those two standing beside each other is a special day on the offensive line. So big ups again across the board to that offensive line. They've done a great job with respect to all the change and shifts. I think it took them a couple of weeks just to get acclimated and used to the way that each other have been playing, as well as Caleb's cadence. But man, Jackson and Wright together, he's a thing of beauty, man.
What they say, they're gelling, and the talent level is there, and we see it. We see the nastiness in the run. We see the stonewallingness of the pass protection. The one-on-one pass blocking has improved, specifically from Jackson as well. And to touch on, just to clean up those other two subjects, who were they again, Nomad? Those last two names, remind me again.
JTS and Jonah.
All right, yeah, Jonah, covered him much better. And JTS, I didn't notice him as much during the live call. He may have had pressure in there, but the ball went out, and so the television camera went with the ball, so I wasn't able to always see who brought pressure, who got there or not. But I could see him being a low cost market share signing or extension that Ryan Poles would do, considering that he did give up draft capital to get him. So he probably wants to keep him in the building, at least for the next few years, because I'm sure his signing was a DA request, Dennis Allen. So him being active at a low cost going forward, I'm with it. But I would like to see him produce to a level where it's like I'm actually having to say his name. Say his name, because he's making plays.
You want him to get sacks. That's how you read the shit.
Or just be to the fact that he's causing pressure where it's like I can see his number, and it's like he didn't get a sack, but he forced a bad pass because the quarterback is forced, or he's making a play.
You're calling
instead
the game
of just being on the field.
You're calling it. You've been calling the game, and by the way, I probably will call this game this week because I just want to get my lungs ready. You calling the game, you won't see the things you want to see because you're calling the game. You ain't fucking supposed to see all the things that you want to see. When you examine the game and see it in its detail, you'll see the impactful ways that he came in and was producing. But of course, if he ain't making a fucking sack, you think he ain't doing shit. That's just the way it is for somebody that's announcing a game. You're not.
Well, Kids wasn't announcing the game, and he didn't remember seeing the brother.
Well, don't throw Kids in. I'm just talking to you. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, but I'm throwing Kids in because it's not just me. If he's not making sacks, okay, what's he doing? We look at Montez Sweat, who has 4.5 sacks
very
in the last 4 games, but we see Montez Sweat in other facets of the game because he's getting his hand on a pass in the passing lane, or he's forcing the issue to where the quarterback is like, I got to get rid of it, or he's hitting the ball while the quarterback is passing.
JTS is fighting for reps.
Yeah, I get that, but I want to
like
see
Montez Sweat. That's a bad comparison.
Well, but what I didn't see JTS making a play.
That's why I'm here, Trips. That's why I'm here, is to explain to you that I'm telling you he poked out.
Okay.
And so just because he didn't show up on your radar, that doesn't mean that he ain't making impactful plays. He was effective in the run game. He was effective in rushing the speed of the quarterback throwing the ball. All those things make a difference. All those things. Just because you don't end up with a sack or a tackle for loss, that doesn't mean you ain't being impactful. And I think I hear Dennis Allen on a regular basis at the podium echoing what I'm trying to say to people, because fans see the game in a certain way. And I'm a fan too. I'm not playing the game anymore, so I'm just like anybody else. I just have a different perspective on it based on that.
But the perspective, I can see Big Dexter, Javon Dexter, he's affecting the game from his position, but he's not getting a lot of sacks.
Way more reps.
Right. Well, yeah, I get that, but I see the effect and the difference that Dexter is making in the game because he's getting those reps and he's always forcing the issue. JTS just got here. He hasn't had the reps like that, but just from what I've seen, it wasn't like, hey, look at that kid. Because it wasn't like I got to say, hey, look at that kid a lot. I'm not denying that he's putting forth the effort, that he's doing things to change the game, but he's just not doing enough or had enough reps that he stood out to me as of yet.
Trips, I ain't fussing with you, man. I'm just trying to get you to trust me.
Oh, okay, yeah, I trust you. Yeah, but I live in the state of Illinois, next to the state of Missouri, which is the show me state. So it's like, I believe in all that, but yeah, I want to see it on the field.
So if I'll just hypothetically say, JTS just got here 2 weeks into the business with the Bears. Let's just say he had 2 sacks per game. And you would look at a stat, you would see a stat like that. And you just, oh yeah, he's a dog. He got 4 sacks since he's been here. And if you don't watch the whole body of work and watch how he got those sacks, you would think he's just a dog because he got 4 sacks.
And not like 2 garbage time sacks.
I mean, no, not only that, but what if Javon Dexter or Billings or somebody else on the interior, Grady, forced that sack to him from the inside and he just fell into the sack? And he just gets fucking numbers because he's there at Johnny on the spot. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's not as simple as, okay, I'm a dog because I go out here and I get these numbers. It's just not that simple. The game is changing in a way that people, I don't think, understand, is because the speed of how fast the ball gets out of the quarterback hands these days has changed the game. There was a time when Lawrence Taylors of the world, all those guys, when quarterbacks had 7 steps drop, 5 steps drops on a regular basis, and those edge rushers had time to get to the quarterback. This ain't the same fucking football game. This is not. They know that these motherfuckers are athletic and fast, and they're trying to get that ball out in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, but now there's look at a comment there.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get it. But the comment there bears a capo. What do y'all think about Austin Booker? And he hasn't had like a lot of sack numbers, but you look at the game, you watch the game, and it's like, oh shit, 94. Oh shit, 94. Whether he's putting pressure on the quarterback in pass situations, whether he's making a tackle in the run game at the line of scrimmage, or whether he's chasing a play down from behind. Austin Booker, you see him stand out on the field. Now, granted, he's doing more and more and getting more reps. So it's like, yeah, he's getting more opportunity to do that, but he's not gotten the sack numbers per se, but he's a difference maker out there on the field.
Well, he does have a single sack, and it was a forced fumble at the same time. He's played two games for the Chicago Bears this season, so I'll put that into perspective. I think that's a pretty good look. This week they didn't get a lot of pressure from the edges on JJ MacArthur. They really didn't. They got a lot more pressure from the interior. I did see Gervon Dexter really getting in there and creating a lot of pressure. I also saw Grady Jarrett getting in there and creating a lot of pressure. Those two guys coming in from the inside. I hadn't seen Grady be that effective thus far this season. I think, in my opinion, he's just like healthy Grady now, and now this is a bit more respective of what I think we'll see from him moving forward. But on that edge, man, like I say, I didn't see or notice the impact that you're saying that that Joe Tryon put.
He hardly played.
Sorry,
because he hardly played,
and that would be a fair comment. So I was looking at the stats here. So he got about 35 snaps this week. Which is a relatively low amount of snaps and probably exactly what he should have got. Here's the thing. Tackles, he got about 6 tackles on the game, which is kind of a high amount for somebody with 35 snaps. That's a lot of tackles for 35 snaps, I have to say, and I'm going to compare it to Austin Booker, who at this point has 6 solo snaps, and he's played 2 games for the Chicago Bears. So these are interesting numbers to look at. Maybe you give the kid a couple more snaps, and you might see a little bit more from him. But at the same time, I really don't care to take a snap away from Austin Booker or Montez Sweat. So that's
but you would prefer JTS snaps over like a Dom Rob.
At this present time, well, I think is Dom Rob. I think Dom Rob's on IR. Am I right?
Back. He's back.
He's healthy.
I hate this conversation, man.
Then I do. What?
I gotta. So that we can get to some of this other content, I gotta round this off, man, because this is gonna take us a while. Because now it's about. I feel like it's about. Okay, I wanna prioritize this guy, and this is in everybody's mind. I think Austin Booker is the shit, and I do think he's gonna be the shit. And we're comparing him to JTS, who we just got, and it's an unfair comparison, man. It's an unfair comparison. We're talking about a coach, a couple of coaches that just got here and trying to evaluate talent as we're playing. We're playing the game and trying to evaluate talent. And so since these coaches have gotten here, everybody thinks Ryan Poles is, again, making all these decisions. Ryan Poles is making these decisions in conjunction with these coaches. So JTS is here because the coaches wanted him here. I'm not saying that they didn't try to go get other players. I've heard stories that they have tried to go and get other players, and this was their kind of rebound player, and they thought a lot of him. It's not that they didn't think a lot of JTS, because they do. They want to get him reps, but they want to give like your Dominique Robinsons of the world, and they want to make sure that Austin Booker gets his reps, and so that we can really evaluate what we have here and what we need to do moving forward. Y'all have to understand that this is going down that road. And so nobody on this coaching staff drafted Austin Booker. Number one. Nobody on this coaching staff drafted Dominique Robinson. So let's close it up there and just know that the infusion of these new coaches and the talent that they want to have on the roster, they're trying to weigh it out. They're trying to weigh it out. And I think Austin Booker is going to be on this team. I don't think Dominique Robinson is going to be on this team, but his stock is going up. That makes sense to y'all?
Okay.
Yeah, I could see all of that.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right. Let's get to some other shit, man. You know what? Bears Capo agrees with me. That's nice. That's very nice. But that's not the point. One more thing I want to say before we get out of here. I think we would be at a different level. And I think we would probably be at least be honest with you, we might have lost maybe 2 games, but I think one for sure. The Detroit game for sure, we'd have lost. But I want to say this because I cannot keep coming on this show and not saying it for the sake of everybody's feelings. I have to say this. Watching the All-22 tells me that Caleb Williams, once he really starts to dial, if he ever starts to dial it in downfield and on the deep shots, we shouldn't even struggle in games. We shouldn't even struggle in games. The game shouldn't even be close. Like that last game, watching that on tape just compelled me to say this right here. It's more of a struggle than it should be. We should have been on the necks of Green Bay. I mean, on Minnesota. We should have been on their necks. There's 3 or 4 plays, and probably 3 or 4 plays for sure, but another 3 or 4 dump downs or check downs that he should have taken that could have been 20-yard gains, 15, 20-yard gains that he didn't. If Caleb Williams dials it in on the deep ball, we're a completely different team. That's the only thing missing from this, the repertoire that we have is his deep ball. If he dials it in on the deep ball, I mean, dog, this is to the moon. But he seemingly does not have the touch to do that. And that's just what I'm seeing on tape.
Yeah.
I thought we were leaving the Bears conversation and you went here.
Let's make it quick now. Let's make it quick.
Now he's speeding me up. Now you opened a can of worms and you quickly want me to shut it. I don't know how I quickly shut it, but I will try.
Regular versus Nightcrawler.
You know what I'm saying? let me give it a shot. Yeah. The young man has like when I see him do the Dak dance is when I'll know. That's all I'm waiting for. Real talk. That's all I'm waiting for. He does have a little bit of issues with touch. He does throw a pretty fat. He only throws a fastball, but when he does the Dak dance, I will know. And I saw evidence of it on one passing play during a rollout this past Sunday. I'm waiting to see this. I'm waiting to see him lock in on it and be like, that's the problem with my game. I need to repeat this motion. And the motion is stop, get your feet set, gun the ball with your body, not your arm. There will be times where he's got to live by the arm talent that he has. Most of the time, he just needs to set his feet. That's all. I'll also say the most unfortunate part of this comment, and that is that I don't expect that to happen until we see him maybe game 4 next season.
I'm not even going to accept that. I got to stop you right there. It's about.
I think he needs an offseason to lock in.
I'm not giving him that. I think we got this shit right now. I think he's got it right now, and I'm not saying that I'm not giving him that leeway or that kind of ramp. I'm saying that no, you got this right now. You just got to be willing. Like everything I keep seeing on tape is the willingness to. I think he's not confident in the deep ball, and so he's looking for everything underneath it. He knows he's not consistent throwing the deep ball.
I think it's the opposite of that. I think he's
no. I promise you, I'm looking at this guy, man. I promise
think his confidence is in his arm.
He is not confident throwing that deep ball, so he's looking for everything else.
Well, here's the thing. Here's from the perspective of a franchise quarterback and developing one. As Bears fans, we don't know what the hell that looks like. We only know it from a distance for other teams. And we all want a finished product. We want him to have good footwork. We want him to throw with anticipation. We want him to be able to look off defenders and not stare down targets. We want him to have that deep touch, as well as taking the check down and just moving the sticks or taking what the defense gives you, as opposed to trying to do some heroic kind of thing from the pocket. We want a finished product, but he ain't there yet. I mean, this is all part of the development. He's got to learn the offense. He's got to learn his coaching staff. He's got to learn his team. So the improvements on his personal game are kind of falling by the wayside or suffering because there's only so much bandwidth that you have. And so if much of it is focused on, all right, let me understand what's going on pre-snap, let me understand what this motion is trying to reveal to me for the defense, let me understand the matchups. So he's got all that stuff. And then it's like, all right, let me get my body in the physical position to do things. Let me trust my offensive line and keep my eyes downfield as opposed to looking at a pass rush. Let me trust that I'm going to get the ball there and my receivers are going to catch it, because last time I threw this dude, so I'm a little hesitant to throw him again.
For nothing.
So there's a lot going on.
You're being long-winded for nothing. Trust
me.
Well, yeah,
but long story short, too late for that, this is a development process. He's not making the same mistake twice, and the team is in a winning position due to game-winning drives that he has steered.
Listen, hear me out.
With all of those detriments.
No, let me tell you something. Looking at the tape, you can see it. Looking at the tape, I know y'all hate me bringing this shit up, but I gotta say it. Looking at the tape, you can see it. It's just he's hesitant. And that's why I'm not saying that, okay, he needs a whole nother year to get to where he needs to get to. Caleb is fine. Caleb is going to be really good. And it's going to happen this year. And the reason why I say that is, if you notice, you think about that game when at the very beginning of the game. Early in that game, you saw something that you didn't think you'd ever see early in the game, and something we've been clamoring for the entire season. Take some deep shots. Take some deep shots. Take some deep shots. Early in the game, he went after Rome. He went after DJ a couple of times. And incomplete passes. Now I'm starting to see that Ben Johnson is having an effect on him. He's starting to have an effect on him, and he's convincing him to take them shots. And if you miss them, you miss them. Fucking take them anyway. And this is how you get better. You take them, and you know the depth perception. You got this between DJ and Rome. Depth perception is a big thing. Take the shots and know how you need to reel that throw back or not. You got to take them, or if you don't take them, you won't fucking know. And so let's just leave that there. I think Caleb's going to come to that point this year. And I know that by the fact that Ben Johnson is convinced him to take those shots. You couldn't find those fucking shots early in the season. And early in the season, when I say early, I mean in the first 2 games, and then they just fucking shut down for 5 or 6 games. Now he just, trust me, it's going to come this year, and it's going to come at the right time. And I think everybody's going to like it. But let me just stop this Bears conversation because it can get carried away, man. I'm getting carried away because I'm into it. But let me take this off the screen and get to where we need to get to.
Damn it, Bulls get a rebound.
Trips. Don't be long-winded here, sir. I'm about to set this up for you. All right? Give me a second. I just got a little text. I'm flat-footed right now. Y'all forgive me. We got to start this off like this. Hold on. Where's my shit at, man? Where is my shit? Oh, here we go. Before you get started, let me just say this. We keep saying this all the time. There's no securities. There's no fucking guarantees in this world. And what we're doing on this show in this particular segment is to show people ways to continue your life, continue your just progression in life. And these are ways to do it. This is a very inexpensive way to create a greenhouse in your property or somewhere near your property, somewhere where you can have some kind of green consistency here. So let me just not talk here and just let Trip describe what he sees here.
All right, let's see on the screen here. DIY, do it yourself, damn it. Greenhouse. And it's a I don't know measurements, I'm not good at geography, but it's a, rectangular shape not flower bed, but growing beds for whatever crops that you grow. Now, as far as that goes, if you don't have in-ground soil, you can use those plastic tubs. Drill some drainage out of the bottom of them and put your soil and your seeds in there. You can use IBC tanks or whatever container you use that's not in ground. But as far as the frame and the exterior,
well, this is about $200 worth of equipment, probably less. You're talking about some. Go ahead.
And then you got your PVC piping, which you can put together and piece together like an erector set. Remember those from back in the day? And so you can frame out the entire greenhouse with the PVC piping, and then you can also drill holes in the piping and set it up for your irrigation system for all of your crops, whatever it is you're growing. And then I can't really see it in this picture, but there may not be, but you can also set it up with solar panels someplace and have grow lights on the interior to have an interior greenhouse. And then you cover this actual greenhouse here, this hoop house here, with like one of those industrial tents or something that will, block it from eyes, let's say.
Trips, notice the right side bottom of this, where there
Right
seems to
side
be some
bottom.
chicken wire right down there for some ventilation.
Oh yeah, you gotta have ventilation because that plastic doesn't breathe, obviously. So it's gonna be like a greenhouse in the greenhouse, literally. So there's not gonna be much circulating air. So you're gonna have to have some kind of ventilation. And that the chicken wire, the fencing will keep out your predators, not your critters, your predators, but not your insects. But it protects your crops from anything that wants to nibble on them. And you can see on the outside, the PVC piping is used as the frame there. And then inside you got the hose, which you can hook up to your IBC tanks with your aquaponics if you got fish or whatever your water source is, and keep them watered and fresh. Big flow with that greenhouse. That's pine. Oh, big flaw with that greenhouse. That the wood that Patrick Higgins is talking about with this comment in this picture of this greenhouse, the wood for the framing is made out of pine, and that's not very conducive to moisture. So it's going to rot out. It's going to fall apart faster than it would be, which you actually want to do if you don't have wood. If you want to DIY this yourself, instead of wood, you can actually use the PVC piping as the frame.
Well, let me speak to this. I don't know what wood that is, but if Patrick can see that,
cedar or treated.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of wood this is, but in a situation where you have to have it and you need to make something work, listen, this is not a long-term solution for anybody that needs to, if you're in a situation where
this is a one-season growth.
Yeah, if you're in a situation where the power grid is down and you need to make some vegetables and the grocery store is not available to you and you need to get some greens going on, this is a perfect, we can feed ourselves for now, but long-term, this is not the way to go. This is definitely not the way to go because
one growth season.
Depending on how tight this situation is, I'm talking about the plastic surrounding the PVC that's arching this thing. Depending on how tight it is and what you have to do to buckle that plastic at the bottom of the frame of the wood, it's only going to last for so long. It's going to tear eventually, and it's going to give you a problem. And so if you got this kind of material around, or if you can get your hands on this kind of material and you need to make it happen for now, this is great. But this is not a long-term solution. This is a quick, low expense DIY greenhouse. This is what this is.
Mm-hmm.
And you just basically get what you can get and you make it work for what, make it do what it do. And that's what this greenhouse is. So for the people, nobody's money is gonna fucking matter at this point. Now it's just about, can you take care of yourself and your family?
Mm.
Any thoughts, kids? You've been quiet.
The reason I'm quiet is because, like, this is awesome and all that, but I need it inside because of the winter, man. It's just where I'm at. I'm at that. If I want something like this to last me all season, I think Tripp kind of gave it a little bit of that treatment in what he was saying with the solar panels, etc. I might want to go down that road, but I like what you've done here. Like, this is a cool little temporary setup. You know, relatively inexpensive. If I had the extra land, I would do something like this myself. But as stated, it would only be good during the summer months. I'd probably have to, unfortunately, like, rebuild it almost, because the snow would just destroy it. It's just
that's another thing. I'm glad you said that, kids. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Because depending on where you are, let's just say you're Crimson and you're in the northwest.
Mm-hmm.
Or out there in that area that he lives in, there's a lot of heavy snow, and let's just say you got that thing situated by trees. It looks like he's by trees, and the fall off of those trees, the heavy snow, that is not going to last you very long. But it's a quick, cute, get you out of the season, growing some stuff, and you'll be able to at least feed yourself. I don't know if you're going to be able to keep those things for long term, but you'll get out of the season, you'll live. But in order for in a struggle situation, in a survival situation, this is not long term. This is just, I made it happen for right now because we needed it.
I like it because it's inexpensive and it's something anybody could do to get by. I think it's a very cool setup. Even the pine there, Patrick, like, I hear what you're saying. That, like, pine is so ubiquitous where I am. It's everywhere. Like, if you just go cut down a tree, you get yourself some pine, you're good. You'd be good to go. But I understand the cedar or treated wood requirement here would be a much better setup. But like I'm saying, I'm more focused on stuff that I would be able to use in a garage or something like that.
And something that Patrick also brought up, that he uses a cattle panel over his raised beds.
Mm-hmm.
And some people use the terms interchangeably between cattle panel and chicken wire.
Okay.
Whereas chicken wire is like cattle panel, but it's just smaller
holes. Okay. Smaller grids.
Yeah.
This is definitely not a long-term solution, but if you got people that you need to take care of, and right now is the only time you got, this is the only thing you can do. And it's all you can do. And so, great design. The key to this is PVC pipe, some staples, some wood of different measurement. You can see some 2x4, of course, going around the base of that, but there's some other measurements in there. Maybe some 2x, depending on what you got. Nobody's going to be measuring wood at that point. You just got to make sure you got the right cut to set up the structure you got. So, this could be pieces of all kinds of shit, man. In a struggle situation, you just don't know. But let me I'm particular about food at this point, because if things go down and you got a societal problem and you got some kind of grocery chain, whatever it is, food is the first thing that people thinks about, right? Let's go to the next thing. And that is this. Give me a second.
I felt the Bulls give up that lead.
This is Trips. What do you see here?
Yeah, a DIY smokehouse.
Hot tub.
Well, that's way too hot in the hot tub.
Make you sweat.
Because that's gonna sweat till you delicious. at 225 degrees for about 12, 18 hours, depending on what kind of meat you are, kids. And look at you, all tender and juicy. Because right there you got just the wood treated panels up top to retain the heat and the smoke, and then your cinder block base, where inside you have your fire, whether it be charcoal or your wood, because you can see in the picture there, that's the firebox right there. To the left, the little bitty garbage can looking thing,
Oh, okay, I got
and
you.
then you got the heat going into the chimney into the smokehouse.
So not a sauna.
Well, no, kind of,
Okay.
almost, but not quite. But then, yeah, and then you got your shovel right there, so you can shovel around the ash and put in more charcoal. And you see the wood over there to your right, down there in the base of the picture, and that's a nice smokehouse. And talking about venison jerky or deer, Bambi, that meat, that's venison, kids. That's
Can
deer.
I jump in here?
I've had it. Say what now?
Y'all mind if I jump in?
Okay.
The key to a smokehouse is, in a survival situation. That's what we're talking about, right? The key to a smokehouse is, number one, the first thing you want to do is make sure you got the right kind of base to it, or the right kind of foundation. You see the cinder block strips just got through talking about. Make sure that thing is set up the right way. And that's not the only way to do it. Now, this is just the smartest way to do it. Make sure you have a proper structure on the bottom of it. That way, if you have to do anything to the top of it, you can replace that. You don't have to fuck with that bottom part. You'll always have that as your base, and you can restructure the top. The second thing is to make sure you have something with a pitch on it. Why is that important, kids?
I have no idea.
A pitch on the ceiling, on the roof.
I don't know what you mean by a pitch.
There's not a flat roof. It's sitting on an angle so that everything that touches it rolls downward.
Oh, so nothing sits on it. So like if it's snow or something to that effect, it'll roll off. Rain will roll off. I get you.
Airflow is very important too. You probably can't see it, but there's a little. I
can see a chimney stack at the top there.
That's where the smoke is coming out. Airflow. You're absolutely right, Patrick.
Well, the way the airflow circulates is, you see the chimney from the heat box coming in at a 9 to 3 angle. So that means that smoke in there from the wood is going along the bottom of that the smoker and circulating inside, and then it's coming out above that pig's head on the very top left. You see the billowing smoke, that's the exit. So by the time the smoke gets there, it's circulated throughout that entire inside structure. And this is more of a permanent thing. As you can see, it's there by the house. But if you're doing one in the woods, it would be smaller, but you would still have your brick, cinder block, rock kind of base. But then for the top, you have your wood, and then you use mortar that you make with water and sand, and you stuff it between to keep the smoke in, and you customize it to your environment that you have. But you mentioned the aforementioned jerky, because you jerkify some meats or some fishes, they last a lot longer. So it's a good thing for, well, not immediate food, because smoking takes longer to do, but you will extend the life of your food or preserve it longer naturally with this of your meats and fishes.
If you look over to your right, you'll see he set it up another little porch over to the right of that pitch as a little carrier center for his wood. So he didn't have to. He hacked his wood up and made sure he had a nice little bundle. You can see there, barely over there on the right-hand corner, down by Doomsday Survival. You can see he made a little porch. This is a little bit extra when it comes.
You see the top though over the porch too, right, Nomad?
Yeah,
because that keeps it out of the rain, keeps the wood protected.
Yeah,
if there's snow on top of there, the pitch is over that.
Keeping dry wood. Keeping dry wood. Keeping
Mhm.
dry wood. That's tactical right there. That's a tactic. Making sure that you're intentional about what you need to do to take care of yourself. You need dry wood. You need fucking dry wood. So you make a porch, you make a shelter for that wood to stay dry. And so that's very intentional. Let me show you something else here.
Then there's a thermometer there on the door because you want to keep it slow and low temperature.
There's what the inside of a smokehouse should look like, for some people. This is she's showing you the method of rack and stack. I think that's what they call it, rack and stack. So you're gonna have to get you some or manufacture you some meat hooks. And this is something she did with racks of ribs, but you're talking about in the you can do some deer pieces, maybe some raccoons, some damn squirrels, and some rabbits and shit with that thing. But you want to put some big pieces of meat on there. You want some fucking ham shanks and some deer shanks and all that kind of shit. And so there's another method to do it, but this is your basic interior of your smokehouse, man. You piping smoke in from the bottom, and you want to put as much meat on there as you can to smoke it out and preserve that meat. But this is what it should look like on the inside.
Yeah, as you can see there, nice farm girl showing off her delectable dark sausages that she loves. The bigger the better, it seems. Right on, farm girl.
Boy.
But the meat that's hanging there on the individual hooks, that's the way Lem's and Leon's barbecue in Chicago, that's the way they do their meats. So they hook it and they're all hanging within their smoker, so they're not laying down flat or on stacks of shelves or anything. So they each get the same amount of smoke in between them, and it can flow between the racks. They're not laying on anything, so you don't have to worry about them blocking others. So you can get more meat per square inch, let's say, in that space. And then you can see there on the bottom, the door within the brick fireplace there. That's where you put the wood and the charcoal. And then that pitch is there also. You see the smoke escaping in the top right. And it's a beautiful setup that you would have a more permanent location, obviously, because of the intricacies of it. But then you see the door there and how it's made. And it's so dark on that interior part of the door because that's the side that's facing the heat. So all the wood has been treated, and this is a good setup and design for a long-term location.
Yeah, this is definitely a long-term location where you're stationary in a place.
Vucci.
This ain't very, very rarely in society will somebody be this comfortable in a survival situation where they can be this fucking extravagant with a survival situation. This is all for TV. But this gives you an idea on how to manage the situation the best you can and make sure that everybody's taken care of. This is the way you get longevity out of your meats. That's the point here. How do you get the most longevity out of the meats that you take down and you're able to curate? That's it. And there's a I guess a grill method, a lay down method with your meat that I can show you guys, but that's not important. You can set that up in a hanging meat fashion, or you can set levels of, you can rack the meat. So kids, you've been quiet on this because we're about to get to your stuff and skip mine. What's your thoughts on this?
I don't really have any thoughts on this. This is actually a really cool idea. I initially thought that you would actually sort of lay the meat down as opposed to hang it.
That's the racking method.
Okay, all right, cool. So you could do either and or. That would be really interesting. That's my thoughts about it, man. I like smoked meat, so I mean, getting a little hungry.
Don't say nothing, Trips. I know that's going to lead you to a thought.
Pause.
Your raggedy ass mind. All right. That's it. That's it for
more mustard on the phone.
And we're going fast now because we spent too much time fucking around with bears and all that. We got to get to kids' conversation, and it makes me want to do this.
Let's go Bulls.
Yeah. Man, you know what? I did a whole lot of work for 3-Eye Atlas this week, but we gotta.
Did you?
Yeah, I did, but shut up talking about it, man, because I'm gonna skip all that work I did.
I heard somebody found out it was a rock.
So that you can get to your shit.
I think it's a good idea, but I'm just saying. I heard somebody found out it was a rock, not a spaceship. That was the last thing that I heard. And I guess we'll get into that at some other time. Long story short, y'all, back at it again. Conspiracy Theories Part 2. We ain't doing so much with Mr. Bill Cooper here today. We're just going to touch on one of the topics in the book. We're going to keep things a little bit light. Patrick, you actually brought this stuff up here last week, so we thought we'd do you a little bit of homage and talk a little bit about the Denver airport and how wild and crazy and wacky a place is there. So that Denver International Airport is it's an interesting commodity, full of symbols and weird, mysterious, conspiracy drenched stuff. It's weird. There's a bunch of artwork there that's like a coded prophecy that we're going to get into and take a bit of a closer look. There's potentially some massive tunnels underneath. There's also a major question of the budget associated to this thing. So we'll get into some of those items here as we go along, and hopefully I won't take too much time with respect to this portion of conspiracy theories. What's up?
Connect the dots real quick.
Sure.
So in this book, Behold the Pale Horse, published in 1991, there was a certain section of this book that was speaking to the Denver, I think it's the Denver International Airport, and in that part of the book, there's a lot of folklore that came along afterwards. Some of the things that people found out. There's a lot of conspiracy theorists out there, and I'm not calling anybody out here one of them. But I happen to find this part of the book very, very interesting because after doing the back work on the research that William Cooper did, finding the information out on my own and seeing what he saw, which is what Kez is about to talk to, it leads you into a whole other conversation and a whole other segment of, man, this it's deep. And I just wanted to set it up that way. That's how the William Cooper connects to the Denver airport. It's a nice little portion of the book that he wrote that has it's a very detailed section of the book.
So it's more in relation to, again, underground hidden bunkers, his thoughts on aliens. And when I say his thoughts, it's more his experience gaining alien or access to what might be the existence of aliens through his job within the government. There's other portions to this being Mount Weather and the potential for Mount Weather being a massive underground city. And, part of what he was postulating was, how do you get there? Is it just there standalone on its own? How would somebody actually get into Mount Weather? And that's really where the Denver airport piece comes to. What he speculated was that there's more or less a tunnel between what he believed is Mount Weather and the Denver airport, and more or less there's a full-on tunnel there, as well as bunker there for doomsday case scenario, right? So where do you go when planes crash into buildings? Well, you might wind up in Mount Weather. You might wind up underneath the Denver airport. Chris Spade says he loves the Denver airport. People do. Other people run in fear because it's somewhat frightening, or at least some of the pictures there are, among other things. So this thing was originally, like, the project was originally greenlighted and budgeted for 1989. That's when this was looked at. The original budget was $1.7 billion to put this thing into place. The actual cost and time frame, it took them up until 1995 to get this airport built. Took them a good chunk of time. The other side of this is the actual cost at opening was $4.8 billion. So somehow they blew the budget more than tripled the budget between concept and delivery, which is like wild. So $3.1 million different at the end of the day. Very huge delta. I don't know. I don't know how they could be that far off in estimating from a budgetary.
Come on, kids. We're talking about the government.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. And again, all the more reason to bury funds and launder money.
I mean, there's multiple ways, because there's the waste, fraud, and abuse aspect where it's like, hey, I got access to a government contract and funds. I'm gonna fund a little bit this way. Then there's the, hey, we designed this thing this way, and we spent all this money. We got this far into construction and realized, oh, we fucked up. This won't work this way, so we got to scrap all of that and start over from this. That costs money. And then are they just paying $800 for a hammer? All the overpriced things, because it's the government. People are going to be like, hey, I can make more money with these government contracts. So there's multiple ways that it can go over budget, but it's not surprising, which we hear about mountain bunkers and NORAD and Air Force facilities all the time, whether it be in Denver, whether it be under the Walmart base someplace in Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, Kansas area. There's places, Area 51's an underground thing. There's places within the United States of America that the government has set up for its own purposes. It's using our tax dollars for it, and some of these places may never get used, may only get used by the powerful, and may just be huge wastes of money. But anybody who denies that they're not really in existence isn't paying attention, because these places do exist, and we know that now. To whereas back in the Cooper days, it was more a conspiracy theory. But we know these places are here now.
Let me say this, kids. I know this is messing you up a little bit because you got a story to tell.
I can skip through. I actually love the fact that Tripp kind of went deep on the portion that he just did, because now I don't have to do it. So let's keep it moving. What do you say?
What I'm saying is, I don't think it's past anybody's understanding to think that it's about, all we're doing is speculating about what might be and what's possible. But I think we're past the point of, it's like, oh man, it's bullshit. Y'all, think too much, and all these conspiracies, all that shit's going to the wayside. I think, in fact, that the elites had better hurry up and find something and somewhere to fucking go, because I think their time's up, to be honest.
So here's the real question. The real question is why? Why would they build something like this? Is it just because of maybe? Or is it, we know some shit, we need to build something in the ground now and take as much money as we can to do it and make that thing immediately? Do we know something that the rest of the world doesn't know, that we're not telling the rest of the world?
It's always about power. It's always about some of the stuff that me and you talked about last night, kids. It's all about inferiority complex. These people are hoarding money. You understand what I'm saying? You know what a hoarder is? Listen, if you understand what a hoarder is, these people aren't hoarding items. They're hoarding money, resources, and hoarding power at the same time. So that your average man, Trips, your average man, you cannot get that. Cannot get that. You have no chance at all. And so here we are at a breaking point. People are just like, you know what? Fuck you. We need to get some of what you got. Stop hoarding all that fucking money and resources. We want it. You ain't finna run away with it. And that's why this conversation is important.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you a question, kids. You're in Canada. No matter where you're at, all the No Maniacs, wherever you're at, right now, if you're thirsty, where are you going to drink? Unless you pay somebody for their bottled water product. Not bottled water, but water is a natural resource. But as a human being who needs to hydrate every day, the body needs a certain amount of water. If you go through your city pipes, you have to worry about lead poisoning and any other bacteria and contaminants within that water system. If you are in a survival situation, you have to worry about those other contaminants and you have to filter it. But just everyday capitalistic life, if you are in an airport and you don't have a water bottle and a public fountain handy, you're going to pay $10 for a bottle of water. So that's part of the resources kids is talking about that the man is taking over that you got to pay to live for.
So and then there's the flip side that's a little bit more conscientious, and it's just,
don't let that shit slow you down. Get to your story, man.
I will. I'm just saying maybe you're just funneling money into the Denver airport bill to avoid paying taxes elsewhere. Right? It's a great way to launder and bury money. So let's get to some of the stuff. I'm looking at the chat here. I'm very surprised y'all really with it on this one. I'm a little bit less with it on this one. I'll be real. But these guys are talking about the crazy blue horse and some of the artwork that we're gonna get to. So it's, long story short, this place isn't decorated like your typical airport. So like if you go on a plane and you say bomb, you're probably getting escorted off the plane. And the reason for that is just like, planes could blow up, planes can crash. You don't want to have that kind of stigma in or on or around the plane. You just
those
don't.
Connotations.
You know what I'm saying? That type of connotation is frowned upon. And you might get taken away by the air marshal. That's just how things work. Except at the Denver airport, because the artwork at the Denver airport is for the most part of like death and evil. Like there's some very strange artwork here. This isn't super evil, so this one I find a little bit less worry about, but we're going to talk about it anyhow. This one's a little bit weird. I looked at this one and I was like, I don't know, but okay. So this is, what is this one called?
Was that periodic table symbols?
Yes. So one would think when they look at this right away that this would be, this is a cart with gold in it, potentially, maybe some sort of material. And you would think that this is somehow connected to the gold rush in Colorado, right? Like, okay, Colorado, you think maybe Yosemite Sam, the gold rush and carts and gold, right? Like that's what you would think. Not to mention these symbols are gold and silver, AUAG. Except maybe they ain't. All right. So jeez, man. So this A and the G here may be linked to something else. So you'd think again that this is the chemical symbols. This may be in reference to something known as the Australian antigen. An antigen, something that actually triggers an immune response, not a pathogen itself. So while in fact there's something that is called the Australian antigen, like it was first found in Australian in an Australian Aboriginal patient. In any event, it's used to treat hepatitis B. It's sort of a weird thing to sort of have there. Maybe there's some sort of maybe this is in reference to some sort of a cure for the elites or something to that effect. Just a weird one. So
Well,
that's
don't they mine gold and silver in the mountains outside of Denver?
this again from the old gold rush. Yes, both of these things, there are definitely mines in respect to the region that we're talking about.
Okay.
So I'm a little bit less fussed with this one. It's just a little bit weird, and I heard about this Australian antigen linkage and thought I would bring it up. So maybe this is again code for something deeper.
Kids, did you read the part? I think you read the part where it was talking about how it's connected to some kind of disease, right? You read that part, right?
Yes.
And that's ominous enough, right?
Well, it is ominous enough. It suggests, like, if we're speaking about an antigen versus a pathogen is a disease or a like, what's a better word for this? Not a sickness, but like a virus, like something you can give to people. And antigen is a cure for that pathogen. So, oh shit. Maybe this is where they store a cure for a disease. All right, so I'm going to stop.
Protagonist to antagonist.
There you go. So I'm gonna stop speculating because I just speculated myself to a really conspiratorial place.
I have to say this, and we'll just leave it right there on its face, and you continue after that. But the design of this airport was led by a Freemason, at least a Freemason. Not, I don't know if it's a group of them, but Freemasonry is going on here, and it's out. It's a plaque outside of there, and we'll leave that there. But the next thing that people want to talk about is something outside. This is before you go ahead, kids, with the rest of this. I want to make sure people saw that, and thank you to the person that said this is something that's outside the airport.
The hell are we looking at?
We are looking at the Blue Stallion, bro. So
okay, I see it now.
So this is Blucifer. All right, so that's what they call it. A guy named Luis Jimenez was the artist who created it.
See,
he built this weird 32-foot tall demonic, horse, this stallion with blood red fiery eyes, and that's kind of what he did. So basically, there's a story of him investigating a noise. Like, he's sleeping at night, him and his wife, and he hears some sort of noise. So he gets up, and he's frightened by a pair of glowing red eyes in his living room. Basically, goes down there, and eventually he realized that his horse, Blackjack, had gotten into the house. So this is part of the reason why he chose these red eyes for this horse. And Blackjack was basically also the model that Jimenez used to create this statue. But like when I heard about this, I'm like, so like me and Nomad were talking about this yesterday. So like how your horse wind up in your kitchen though? How does a horse get in your house?
Yeah, say that shit, kid.
How does your horse just haphazardly wander into your home?
Hello, Wilbur.
Do they understand what you just said?
Same thing yesterday, right? Like, he was like, unless it's Mr. Ed, right? Like that was exactly what Nomad said yesterday. So I'm not so sure. I don't even understand how a horse just randomly meanders his way into your home in order to stare at you and snort, and not, for you to lead him out. First of all, to my understanding, leveraging a doorknob is going to be some sort of a bit of,
doesn't have the opposable thumbs or fingers.
A bit of a point of contention.
Because now I saw this statue, real time. I just thought it was some kind of ode to the Broncos.
That sounds good to me.
No,
I don't know, man. I really got nothing for you.
No, I ain't letting that slide. Nope.
Yeah, I got nothing for you. So there's Lucifer, and that's courtesy of Luis Jimenez. I don't know why this is there.
Well, I mean, is there like a plaque under it that has some sort of definition or what it's supposed to represent?
No.
I mean, because is it the actual name Lucifer that they call it?
Well, it's called the Mustang, but it's been nicknamed Lucifer because, like, WTF.
Well, but the Broncos colors are blue and orange. If it's a blue horse, maybe the eyes are orange and not red.
So Kevin in the chat is saying the eyes are supposed to be supposed to be orange, but they're red AF. So maybe.
Well, that's because we don't have an HD.
Maybe he's not a Broncos fan, and he had to sabotage it towards the end of the build.
Handle the chat for me because I'm getting the next.
But I mean, what's the conspiracy aspect of it?
Well, there's a devilish ass horse at this airport, along with some other stuff. There's weird stuff here. So, that's just the wild stallion, the Italian stallion.
I got
Beldar's out there. Beldar Conehead is represented.
Handle that chat, kids. I'm coming with the next
All
part.
right. Good old Beldar just jumped in. Good to see you, Beldar. But yeah, so wild stuff out there in Denver. I don't know really what the purpose is of all of that. I couldn't tell you. But again, like I say, wild stuff. I'm not sure
so there's no like running theme of like the Denver airport is doing XYZ.
Kids, I mean, Trips, you trying to come with logic here? I got some.
No, I'm asking. It's like, what's the tie-in theory? I'm
just trying to. I'm gonna see what you come up with this. Why is this motherfucker?
Or is there one?
Why are you? Tell me why this shit is here, and I'm loading it up right now.
Where are you going?
Right, you know I'm going.
Denver airport stuff or Denver stuff.
Okay, I kind of did know.
Anubis, the god of death, and where is this?
So why would back to that like bomb thing? So why would you want to have Anubis, the god of death, representing at the Denver airport though?
Yeah, because it's not Egyptian, and that's what Anubis is, right?
Well, yes, he's definitely the Egyptian god of death. That is a
but I mean, does usually airports will put a placard next to a statue to say who it's dedicated to or why? Is there any kind of like
yes. So I will give you that. So this particular statue at the bottom says, you can't see it, it says Tutankhamun. All right, that's what it says. King Tut. On the front side, it actually says King Tut in short. The way that this is spun off here is that this is a 22-foot sculpture of Anubis, the ancient god of death. It was there. It was erected there in June 2010. It was apparently part of an advertising campaign for the Denver Art Museum. So what I can't understand is why they would have this at the airport and not at the museum where people go to see things like this. But there it is at the airport for all to see. And Minister Charles, feel free to speculate as to why something like this might be at the Denver airport. I would love to hear.
So I'm hearing they built this statue at the airport as a advertisement to their natural history museum exhibit of the King Tut
advertisement. That's a logical.
But they put a actual statue out there. That.
But you put something like that at the airport. Is that gonna make you go run to a museum to go see some shit?
Really? Things to do in Denver when you're not dead, I guess.
Well, so wouldn't you say that was a great film, by the way? Boat drinks, man. Boat drinks.
Give it a name.
So wouldn't the same effect be felt if you just put a I don't know, like a picture up of the Denver airport, Denver Museum and Anubis, maybe like maybe just a poster with a poster.
Well, because the thing is also the exhibit of King Tut doesn't live there. It moves, it leaves, but the statue is permanent.
It's a 22-foot statue, Trip. You know what I'm saying? It's
How
not a small piece of art.
How about this, kids? Keep going with your story. I'm glad we kind of prelim this shit so we can kind of show you the weird around it so you can tell this story in sequence, and then we'll come back to this and fill in some color. How about that?
Okay, cool. So where do you want to go next, man? We
already did scene 1. Let's go to scene 2.
So no, that's scene 3.
Remember, this is sequence.
Oh, so here we are. This is definitely scene
2.
Uno.
3.
This is 2.
Wait, it was the gold symbol and the silver. It's now this one.
No. Listen, Trip. You saw the gold and the silver symbol before you saw this when you're walking through the airport.
Oh, so they're out of sequence. Okay.
So what
kind of depressing thing are we looking at?
Yeah. So this is when things get real dark, right? So now you go into the airport, and this is what you see. This is how you're greeted in the Denver airport. So a gentleman named Leo Tanguma has a 3-paneled mural titled "Children of the World Dream of Peace."
Oh, is that what they're dreaming about?
Look like they're a little bit on that unalived. You know, they might be unalived. They don't look healthy to me. This guy kind of looked like he's huddling maybe with his mom's.
But why is mom crying like that?
Well, because she might be impoverished and or
look at how many of them there are.
Let him tell the story now.
All right. So yeah, so the first panel contains some disturbing imagery, which is unsurprisingly stoked the imaginations of a great many people. There are claims that it foretells the one world government, a fascistic future in which the New World Order or Illuminati or reptilians, etc., has wiped out most of the population and ruthlessly rules over what's left of humanity with an iron fist. Of course, once the overarching concept artist has his mind had in his mind to explain it, the panels make a bit more sense. Take it easy, Crimson. The first panel represents the horrors of war, with grieving parental figures, bombed out buildings, and children sleeping in the rubble. So those are bricks down there and things along those lines. The dominant central figure is a faceless soldier impaling a dove, representing peace. There's other things that the dove also represents. Isn't that right, Minister Charles? On
chicken?
Sorry?
Let him talk.
Drunken chicken.
Let him talk.
Basically, again, on the point of the sword is where that dove is. This is without a doubt the panel that is most frequently cited for its sinister overtones and the often remaining, end of the often remaining panels. It's not, this is not quite mentioned or shown. All right, so that's this one, right? This kind of looked like a scene out of the Ukraine, but a little bit
all right,
more future looking and much worse.
Can I interpret it based off what we saw, what we read, if you don't mind?
No.
What I see, if you look very, very closely at the far left, you see at the top, you see a rainbow wanting to come in to signify peace. This is I'm giving you a hint of what's going to happen ahead. But all of a sudden, dark comes in, and that represents this soldier with no face, with this gun, with this sword, poking and basically impaling the dove of peace. But what you see outside of the people that's laying down in the red, outside of that, you see souls. You see souls that are in mourning of what's happening to humanity. That's what I'm seeing. And you're seeing shattered and broken buildings in the background that war has produced. And that leads us to the next part. You ready to go to number 2, kids? Number 3?
Mr. Charles, this is mere folly. But in any event, we can go down to the next.
You don't have to respond to the chat. We can do that later. Let's just keep.
We can do the next portion of the mural, because again, these murals are a little bit wild and crazy. So drink this one in. We've got what I can only assume are caskets with children in them. A little,
I don't see no caskets.
so a little blonde white girl on the right hand side.
Those are like plates.
Bottom right, and a little black girl on the left hand side, both in boxes. I don't know. There's just a random severed buffalo head here, which I've kind of tried to wrap my mind around. I don't know what they're doing there. Then there's some kids and a dead leopard. A turtle. There's a turtle. There's a turtle hanging out. There's maybe a killer whale that's just jutting into the area here. A penguin in a glass case with some sort of writing that probably says hi.
Can I interrupt, kids?
You can.
I will interpret this the way I saw it written, but I see it exactly how it was written. This looks like a forest on fire in a city way, way back in the deep part of that fire. You can see a city, the plateau of a city, and the shape of buildings in the background. You see a forest on fire. And basically what it was explained to be is basically climate change and forests on fire and people having to save not only themselves, but animals and plants and different things. You see flowers and stuff in there. You see there's a lot. You see actually death and you see life at the same time, but they're trying to get away from climate change. And this is part 2 of the disaster that the man of war brought on society. And I think that's what they're trying to say in this picture. And you see people trying to cling on to life and love of life. And you see all kinds of different people. I think there's no mistaking in them showing the variation in ethnicities in this. I think that was intentional. Don't you, kids?
Well, yes, because the intent is that all y'all gonna get it. This ain't just happening in one location to one race of people. This is happening to everybody. I have so many more questions about this particular mural, and a lot of it pertains to the animals. I don't understand why there's animals in glass cases. There's 3 of them, as you can see.
Artifacts.
Artifacts?
Artifacts, yeah.
Well, serving what purpose?
To preserve them.
So we're preserving artifacts of penguins and birds and potentially
if you live near a very prominent museum that is preserving artifacts for people to see, and you know that these things need to be preserved throughout time so that people can see later on, that's important to people in society where they're trying to run from climate change. Let's go in this museum and get everything that we can get and try to preserve it. Right?
Well, we've given names to everything except that head with the glowing thing around it down in the middle with that little piping going into it. What's that represent?
What are you talking about?
So he's talking about the right hand side, the like taxidermist buffalo head.
Well, no, I'm talking not that head. I'm talking about the head in the middle bottom.
Oh, so that is just another dead person. It looks like I have a larger version of this that I can see. It's another dead person.
You can explain it to him. That's a body. That's a body. Trips.
Oh, okay. I just can't see it. I just didn't know what that was. So we got 3 bodies at the top, maybe representing the roots. And then you got jungle life. You got sea life. You got plain life with the buffalo head. You got looks like trees there on the side. And then if that is a climate change kind of thing with the city in the back, I don't know. It could be that, or it could just be like some dude, with a Bob Ross thing and a couple shrooms, or it was just like, let me paint this up. Let's make it colorful, or it could mean this. Or are we going someplace because being that this is a panel in a series, it's like a clue.
We're about to take you there.
It's a clue.
I mean, Kez, if you're done here, if
Piece to the
you
puzzle.
got anything else to color in, go ahead.
So I'm going to just give the actual legit description of it. Your take on it is very close to the actual description. So this panel it depicts impending disasters brought on by climate change. Dead animals dotted throughout the painting. On either side are bodies of a woman and a child lying in coffins, illustrating that human beings are not immune from the impact of changing ecosystem. Children of various ethnicities look on with expressions of shock, horror, and dismay, while behind them a forest burns. Noted, they completely ignore these animals and their purpose in this picture. So let's move on to mural number 3.
Kez, what do you mean they ignore the animals and their purpose?
So the animals that are in these cages, these glass cases with the writing on them, they ignore that. The explanation does not speak to what these are for, because there's one at the top that is opened with a bird somewhat falling out of it, if you will, or flying out of it, whereas the other two that they have here, I'm trying to understand how
that's the only thing that's ambiguous to me. The rest of it seems to me to be them trying to maintain some kind of preservation of what's important. That's what it looks like to me. Them hustling together and trying to maintain what's important. And that is the only ambiguous thing to me as far as that goes.
Minister Charles.
Well, hold on. Let's finish this story, and you can get to Minister Charles later.
Well, I want him to speculate down
Let
that.
him speculate later. Let's go to this.
Yeah.
What do you see here?
So here is mural number 3. So the upside here is this is a much less ominous situation. All right, we got a bunch of kids, everybody smiling, bunch of people smiling. They got all kinds of weapons all wrapped up in different flags of the world. You'll see different flags as you sort of look through this. All kinds of weapons are wrapped up in flags. And the homie with the big bad homie with the knife has more or less been defeated. There's a red carpet at the bottom, and the doves are back, but the doves aren't dead. There's now 2 doves, and they're somewhat alive. And it's probably a good depiction of
good triumph over evil.
Something like that, some level of good. I wonder what these words are in this picture, though. So pieces there, maybe they're different.
So what I saw in the totality of that story, they were telling a story in these murals. This is what they are. They're murals. And in the story, it told us that this is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with. This is what we have to face. And if we don't confront those things, if we don't deal with those things, this is how bad it can get. And in those future murals, in those before murals, they're showing you how bad it can get if we don't confront that evil. And they're showing you in this image that, hey, we can defeat that. And it's intentional, again, showing very, very diverse ethnicities here, that it takes everybody. And so to me, I used to look at these things as, okay, golly, this is very, very dark. But when you look at it in succession, it tells me that we can win. All we have to do is be together. That's what the story tells me. If anybody sees it any different, go ahead and say it your way.
There's some level of positivity here. At the same time, to me, this shows much more of a one world government case scenario, hence the flags. But I'll tell you what the way that they put it. So all put together. actually, no, I'll go with the final panel. So this is hope and optimism for the future. In it, people of all races and nationalities are seen embracing each other, smiling happily, and singing. Weapons of war have been bundled into nationalistic flags, as I've noted, with children bearing them forward to be beaten into plowshares. So they're turning these weapons of war into usable things. The broken statue of the soldier is at the bottom there, buried and forgotten. So that's pretty close to what I was saying. All put together, the murals imply humanity is moving past its aggressive tendencies and defeating the ecological challenges we face. Taken as a whole, say,
are we though?
I don't think so at all. Taken as a whole, the predominant theme is one of hope for the future. Nevertheless, it's hard to argue that most of the imagery isn't disturbing, right? Like, it's pretty weird stuff, even with the intended context. So in 2018, as part of the preparation for a large-scale remodel of the Jepson terminal, Leo Tanguma's infamous murals were removed and put into storage. So they're still there somewhere. They're just not being, put on display at the airport anymore, which is probably in everyone's best probably in everybody's best interest. Another aspect to this that I forgot was that the gentleman who created Blucifer, he was killed when a piece of the horse fell on him.
Unalive?
Sorry, he was unalived when a piece of the horse fell on him. A piece of the horse dropped, cut his leg off, and he did not survive the erection of the horse.
Well, that's part of the story you were telling. Yeah. That was part of the story you were telling about what's the horse doing in the house, ain't it?
That is a part of it. But this stuff is just weird and coincidental. I feel that, again, this is much more of a one world government mural. And when I say that, the first one to me is, in order to, from chaos bring order, right? So mural 1 is the chaos. Bad things happen. Mural 2 is the fallout of the bad things, and mural 3 is how they reconvene. This has happened in other places, such as Germany, for instance, or Russia, for instance, during the switch away from the Tsar. Similar things have happened. Bad stuff happened to the people and the controlling rulers in Russia. Power was switched back to the people. They then eventually became communist.
Well, it's all cyclical, and depending on the world, depending on the government. But it looks like a mural. It's like, hey, this is history. This is the bad stuff. This is how we fought it, and this is the rainbows, sunshine, pot of gold at the end of it, where happy, shiny people sitting around singing "Kumbaya" and all that good shit. And I don't I understand that there are layers to it, the artistic aspect of it, analyzing the meaning of it, in art galleries where they have the benches and you can sit down and absorb and digest and process what's going on out there. And it's like, yeah, I get all that, but to me it's like, yeah, cool story. It's like looking at graph and deciphering how that artist design the letters, and the people that are really into it, it's like, dude, look at how he connected, this with the space letters, or this with like the jungle letters, and it's like, yeah, cool letters, so you like, I get that there's stuff to it, but I don't read that much into it because it's the artist just painting stuff. Because I went to college with the guy that's doing some of the painting at the new Kansas City airport. And his style kind of reminds me of like JJ from Good Times, not caricatures, but his people have his certain kind of thing, and that's his style, his look, his flavor as an artist. So I get that everyone has their different thing, but I wouldn't put it on him to, in his paintings and his murals in the airport, to be telling the story that should be, analyzed by people on layovers. It's just kind of something that's nice to the eye. It's like, oh, look at that, nice colors. Where's the Cinnabon?
All right. This is exactly the way I see this thing. In sequence, it tells me a story of humanity. It tells me a story of humanity. And it tells me exactly where we are right now. It tells me exactly. I mean, when I say exactly, dead ass, bullseye, on point, exactly where we are. We are in the midst of chaos. We are in the midst of evil, absolute evil. And we have an opportunity here to put a stamp on it, stomp that motherfucker out like they did on this image and topple it. And topple it. I don't, whoever's mind thinks whatever they think, and somebody else's interpretation of it might be different. But I'm telling you, the way I see this thing spiritually, and this is the way I'm wired, is this is exactly the way the world is going. And right now I'm seeing evil have its absolute apex right now. It's having its absolute apex. We're seeing the epitome of evil right now. And I'm not talking about a particular government, a particular political party. We keep all that shit to the side. I'm talking about humanity. And we are at a crossroads. And what I'm telling you is going to happen, and you can mark my words and hold me accountable for them. When we get beyond this, you're going to see exactly what you see on the screen. You're going to see exactly what you see on the screen. You're going to see people come together. And it's going to come together different ways. And I think, and I'm going to tell you this, and you can hold me to this. I think rhythmically, the vibration is elevated to a level that not only do the people that feel it really understand it, but the people beneath that vibration and that frequency, they can't relate to it. And so they will fall to the wayside like that man on the bottom of there with the gun. He's toppled over. So we're going to lose a bunch. We're going to lose a bunch of people that cannot vibrate with that rhythm. That goes right to the frequency I've been talking about forever on this channel. And I'm telling you right now, this is somebody's art, like Tripp said. This is somebody's interpretation of that art. Like, we all have our opinions on it, but this is mine. My opinion is we are exactly what this artwork says we are. We are at a breaking point, and that breaking point is going to come. And at the end of it, we're going to end up right here. And that's my take on it. But let me get this off the screen so we can get ready to close this show. Any last thoughts or any?
Well, along those lines,
hold on. You say that when you get your chance. Let's give some pleasantries out before we get up out of here. Because
you were saying last thoughts, and before the pleasantries, I wanted to get the thoughts out about that.
You can do that on your.
And then we get to the pleasantries.
Do that on your pleasantries.
Wait, what?
Go ahead. Let's get some pleasantries out.
Okay. Yeah. Anyways, Conspiracy Theories episode 2. Very much appreciated all the comments and interaction with regards to all this. I don't look at any of this anywhere nearly as positive as Nomad does. I think this is all a very ominous situation. Again, from chaos bring order. In order to bring that order, you must create the chaos. I'm not with the chaos. Who's bringing the chaos? I'm still focused on panel 1, not the outcome, the happy outcome of panel 3. How do we get what's cracking in panel 1? Why is he stabbing the dove? Right. So that's where my headpiece is, not on that happy outcome.
Because he's evil.
Sorry?
Because he's evil.
The dove's evil?
No. Why is this thing impaling the dove? That's the best way to describe that. Because he's evil.
If you're saying because he's evil, that's sort of where I'm at. So I'm not with panel 1. If it requires panel 1 to get to panel 3, how do we prevent panel 1?
Well, you can't prevent it. I think that's kind of the point, because if you look throughout history, every generation has its panel 1, and it has its panel 2 and panel 3. And then the next generation has its panel 1, and so forth and so on. So we are in a panel 1 situation how many generations later? And Nomad can see the positive aspect to where we can fight through and get to panel 3, to whereas Kids is kind of like, damn, we still on panel 1. How do we avoid these panel 1s so we can stay at panel 3? So why I'm to the point where it's like, yeah, I see all of that, but we can't get from 1 to 3 without a fight, without preparing yourself mentally, physically, community. That means eating the right stuff. That means all of that stuff. So as the world comes together in all these panels,
all that was described in all of that. There's going to be a fight. There's going to be bad before it's good. Definitely.
Well, yeah, but
we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that last one for sure.
Wait, what? What?
We're going to get to that last shot for sure. We just got to.
I thought that was the last shot with the dude at the bottom with the sword, right? With the rainbow at the top.
No. Yeah. The rainbow. That's the last one.
Oh yeah. That's what I was getting to. It's like, yeah, we're gonna get there, but we ain't there yet.
Yeah, we ain't. That's present. We're fighting it.
So my simple point is that if there's a mural about all of this, this is going to be orchestrated. Somebody's going to put these 3 panels into action and coordinate that outcome. And that's my problem. It is the coordination of the outcome and the fight. Somebody tell me who profits, right? Somebody will be at the end of the day. Like if you look at that final panel, in the very center of the final panel, there's a child with a hammer, banging on a hammer, with a hammer banging on a sword. I'm not sure what that's truly depicting. There's a couple of people helping him mold that sword into something.
The description, kids, it was they were turning that metal into something else. They were putting it in a mirror, turning it, repurposing that metal. That's what it was saying in the description.
Repurposing it into what?
Something useful and productive.
Yeah, it's not something that impales someone.
Well, that's what a sword is for.
It's not a weapon. It's not.
Well, that's why they're destroying. They're melting the sword to make it not a sword anymore for impaling. That way, those doves down there don't have to worry about it.
I'm worried about that kid.
Because if you see all the flags, the swords are all wrapped up, so all their armaments for each country have been wrapped up because they're not in use anymore. Because the kids have realized we don't want war with each other. We want to work together. And so those symbols of the negativity in the war with the sword guy are down at the bottom, and all those weapons of war for each individual company are being wrapped up and disposed of or repurposed.
And I know, I got to say this before we get ready to get out of here. I have to say this. In the world that we live in right now, people live where their feet are. People exist where their feet are. They know what's happening right now today and what I can see, what I can feel, what I can touch, what I can smell, what I can taste. But that's not everything. If you live in that world where all you do is what I can deal with in a day and what I can touch, feel, taste, smell, all that nonsense in a day, you're not going to get the big picture. You got to think beyond right now, today. And I know where we are today. We're in total chaos. We're totally in that evil space where the evil seems to be the absolute Lord and ruler of it all. And that's true. But I'm telling you, it will not stand. And that's the positivity that I live with. And that's what I know. And I'm telling you guys right now, it will not stand. It will not stand. I'm telling you guys right now. And I know I'm just looking at you guys and I know y'all don't see it that way, but we got to end the show one way or the other. And I'll tell you what, we can continue this conversation a little bit later on. I love y'all for being peaceful and respectful about it, because everybody has their own thoughts and virtues about it all. And we can talk about it forever. But I just really respect y'all. And I'm talking about y'all in the comments too. Everybody that's watching the show, not only Trips and Kids, but I love y'all for being respectful about it. The best that y'all could be. And so thank y'all for that, man. But let's really give some pleasantries so we can get out of here.
Again, big ups to all you guys for being in the chat and again and being interactive and enjoying this content that we brought for you. A little bit different stuff. Bear stuff will be bear stuff. We'll be here live and direct on Kids of Canuck as well as on Sports Chicago Style and the Nomad Network, doing calling the game this weekend. So be live and direct with us. I would like nothing more than to see Aaron Rodgers lose against Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson is the destroyer of narratives, and this is the final narrative that I believe requires destruction. So let's get to sorry. There is one more. We'll get to that in a couple of weeks. But that being said, shout out to the Scrolls. Big ups to Patrick Higgins for being here all night long. Shout out to the good minister, Charles Johnson. I want more of your interaction in the chat, sir, because there are interesting facets here that I think you have some insight on. Pete Jones, thanks for coming through. Beldar Conehead, thank you very much. Who else is out there? AC Adam, Mr. Mayhem, Crimson, Cloud Chasers Radio. Kevin, thanks for coming through, Kevin. Anyone else out there that I'm missing? Oh, Missy was with us earlier on. Shout out to Missy. There's a couple other folks who jumped in here, man. But did I say the Scrolls? I must have said the Scrolls. If I didn't say the Scrolls, I'm saying the Scrolls. Neil Red, that's who I wanted to give a shout out. Just seeing you in the chat. A couple of heads here. Levante Rodgers, shout out to you for re-ing up your membership for another 5 months. And one more again, I'm going to shout out to Lord Crimson for re-ing up his subscription for 12 months. And we'll leave things short and sweet so we can get out of here and everybody can get some rest and rest up nice for this weekend's game, because I think it's going to be a good one. Trip?
And it's not Aaron versus Dennis Allen. You know what I mean? Because, offense versus defense and such. Whereas, so it would be nice to have Ron here on the field at Soldier Field to come in and talk his shit, So this defense compound his ass. No Diddy. So yeah, big ups to all the No Maniacs. Thanks for tuning in, and make sure you are subscribed to one or actually all three of the networks. Go through and give them a like and a share of whichever platform of the Nomad Network, of at Kids of Canuck and at Sports Chicago Style. We look forward to being with you again Sunday for the Steelers game at Soldier Field. So make sure you're subscribed, please, and thank you. Yeah, let's go.
I just want to say thank y'all once again, No Maniacs, Super No Maniacs. I want to thank you two guys for hey man, this doesn't have to happen, but it's happening. And I think good things happen when you positive about it. And I just want to say this, man, we all don't agree with everything that everybody else says. We will fight about it, you know what I mean? But that's a good place to be, because I do truly believe that I'm a person that can reel people in. I'm one of those individuals that can reel somebody in that doesn't think the same way as I do right now currently. You can be on the totally opposite end of the way I think right now. But I'm asking you guys, give me an opportunity to prove you wrong about the way you think. I'll bring you to my side. Not that I'm absolutely perfect. Not that we're not. I'm not. But I believe 110% that I'm on the right side of where we need to be as humans. And if we can't figure out a way to fish out and reel in the differences that divide us, we're definitely on the way of that first mural. But I believe we're better than that. I do. I know we're better than that. Yes, of course, we're going to lose some people that doesn't belong in that spectrum, that shouldn't be there because they don't have any good in them. There's a lot of people out there that don't have any good in them. And we have to accept that. We can't make excuses for them. We cannot give them pardon. And I'm not talking about politically. I'm talking about don't give them an excuse. It's screwed up people out here that won't change. They cannot change because they're empty. And that calls on somebody like myself and other people that can reel good people in. You just in a bad place. and maybe I can do something to impress upon you something that can make you change. And I believe I have that in me. I know I have that in me. I've proven that my entire adult life. And so I'm just asking you guys for just some breathing room to let us express ourselves. And this particular story happened to be something that struck me in a certain way because of the way, I guess, the way the story chronicles. And it shows you what could happen in the midst of chaos. Great things can happen. Maybe this is supposed to be happening to the world right now so that we can get to the next level. Appreciation, understanding, and absolute love for each other as human beings. Love for humanity and not worrying about what the fuck you look like. Okay? Not worrying about that. It doesn't matter to me. And I hope that humanity can get to a point, and I know they will. We can get to a point to where it doesn't matter what the next person looks like. You can get there. You just got to dig inside. Got to dig deep. And I just want to leave you guys with that, man. It's better than what you perceive it to be right now as we see it. But I got to leave you with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are out.